I'll call to order this meeting of the Finance and Labor Relations Committee. Item 2, disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. Seeing none. Item 3, introduction and welcome. Joan, would you like to get started?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good morning and welcome to the full day of the budget deliberation process. I want to begin by thanking the directors and their staff for their work in preparing the department budgets and the difficult decisions and recommendations they have made. I also want to thank Wendy, Carmen, and Spencer for putting together a comprehensive package of information in your binders that will be a great resource for council as the deliberations continue. This is very much a collaborative effort by all department staff and Carmen and her staff, along with our outside boards and agencies. And this is, as you know, a very challenging environment that we find ourselves heading into the third year of COVID. For 2022, we can expect that the declared emergency and public health safety requirements will continue. The City of Stratford continues to support public health initiatives and requests for assistance from our community while our revenues continue to be greatly impacted by COVID. The department and outside board and agency budgets were submitted to the Treasurer's Office for initial review. Between the Treasurer, Wendy, Spencer, and myself, we met with each of the directors to then discuss their budgets and provide some feedback. As previously reported to Council, it will be very difficult to meet the tax levy target that was established earlier this year, but we are making every effort to do so. A special thank you to Carmen Kruger for the work that she has done in putting together her presentation, which is very extensive. And she is next on the agenda, so I won't spend a lot of time here, but I just want to acknowledge her hard work that has gone into and putting together some numbers that hopefully will guide council. Her presentation is thoughtful, well prepared, and there are opportunities and challenges for your consideration. I request that council hear the Treasurer's presentation and the departments and agency budgets throughout today and consider them in their entirety of the budget before making any recommendations. So, Mr. Chair, those are my introductory comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I saw the city clerk pop up there. That's quite often means she has something to say.
Oh, through the chair, no, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Item 4, Treasurer's Overview. Carmen, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here, start my presentation forthwith. Just give me a moment here. Okay, can you see the presentation now? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So before I start, I also wanted to extend my thanks to the staff and to all of the departments for their support in this process. While I'm delivering this message today, it was certainly a group effort, and there's going to be a lot of information provided today. So I also wanted to suggest that if there are questions that arise out of this after today, by all means, please feel free to reach out and seek clarification on anything that you might have between now and the next meeting. So let me just start here. So today's objective, so we're here to receive the draft budgets that staff have prepared and the local boards as well, just as a coordinated unit, meaning that this is a consolidated budget, including those supported by user fees, so not just those that have a levy impact. The purpose of today is to affirm that the budget is just one document made up of all of these inputs and not separate requests from each department, as very much a lot of it is interconnected. We want to ask questions to understand what's being requested for the upcoming year, And we're not really intending to start deliberations or discuss, different requests versus others, but just receive and seek clarification as needed. And we'd like you to ask that you make notes of specific items that you wish to explore further or that you'd like to have additional discussion on. So the first couple of slides I have been a little bit of graphic to show, sort of some of the things in a picture view of what we already know to be true. We know that most of our revenues come from property taxes, 46%, but we do show that we.
I'm sorry, Carmen. I'm not seeing your slide presentation. I'm not sure if we're not on the right screen. Is anyone else not seeing the slides? I'm just seeing a picture of your budget.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I on the wrong screen sharing?
Possibly. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. No, thank you for clarifying that. Just give me a moment here while I see if I can.
Councillor Burbeck, I could see it.
So can you see the pie chart at the moment?
No, now I've lost it, but now I'm seeing your Lenovo.
You saw a pie chart before?
No, I saw the summary.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was a summary doc.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm so sorry. Just let me back up here and see if I can get out of this presentation view and then. Okay, let's try that again. That's not it. Okay, this is my worst nightmare here. My apologies, everyone. Okay.
I see a pie chart.
All right. We're in business. Let me try that again. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Okay, so yeah, so we're talking about property taxes, and that property taxes make up the bulk of our budget, but we also rely on user fees, government grants. We get some revenues from other municipalities and some of our shared agreements, and then the own funds refers to our reliance on reserves and other internal sources. So just a bit of an overview on where our funding comes from. Let's see here. So talking about expenditure types, again, a little bit of a graphic here to illustrate where our money goes when we spend it. We've got 38% really to deliver the services with salaries, benefits, and employer costs. That's not all just going directly to the employee, but that's things like CPP and EI and other employer costs. We've got some transfers for capital at about 8%, debt repayment at 9%, and we've got service contracts and contracted services at 23%. So just to give you a bit of an overview as to where those dollars go by type. So, our tax supported budget, our levy budget, initially when we started this process was about 10.5% of an increase over last year. Staff worked pretty hard to try to find some mitigating adjustments, and we've found some of those to the tune of about 1.2 million. So right now we're sitting at about 8.6% levy increase. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get further into it, but just to give you a bit of a sneak preview. Oops, I'm sorry, let me back that up again. After blending the estimated education tax rates and looking at our growth, we're expecting that impact of 8.6% would result in a tax rate increase to residents of about 5.8%. So just to kind of break it down in a snapshot, if somebody had a house worth $350,000, it would work out to about $280 a year. Okay, so just gives you a bit of an estimate of where we're at. these will change obviously as we work through this process, but just to show you where we're at right now. So, and again, like the base budget right now still contains a lot of assumptions and estimates that could require adjustments as we move through these deliberations. In fact, since publishing this, you know, we're getting better and more refined information as we go. So some things that could change. We've got a meeting this week actually with our insurance provider. We've made an estimate of a 10% increase in our premiums, but we don't really know if that's going to be close to the actual. They've just received all of our documents, so hopefully that's close or less than that. Our employee benefit program, it doesn't renew until April or so, but we've made an estimate of 2% increase. That's something that we'll have to live with the estimate, but we do have additional information on some of our employer costs since publishing that may impact our proposed budget as well. We're also awaiting or wanting to confirm our final assessment growth figures from MPAC. They just came in a week or so ago, so we've tried to build them in, but we need to confirm that those are valid and accurate. We've got recurring grant funding that hasn't been confirmed. We're continually getting new information every day. I think some of you saw that we received some OCIF confirmation for funding for 2022. So again, that has not been built into the proposed budget. And we're also looking for direction from council on any other initiatives or any expansion requests that have not been included in the budget. So some of the things that are included in the figures that we've talked about already, we've got debt repayment for new borrowings of approximately $26 million of new debt to be issued in 2022. We've got salary and benefit adjustments for cost of living. We're estimating the benefit increase, as I mentioned, but we're looking at potential impact of CPP and EI of another $175,000. We're still trying to work out whether or not that can be accommodated within our current budget proposal, but just give you some figures there. And we've also included the second of the two phase-in amounts for the admin salary review that was conducted in 2020. We've included, like I said, insurance premium costs. Again, like potentially, if the broker comes back with some additional costs, that could have a potential amount there. We're looking at we've included, pardon me, all of the costs for any approved service enhancements that were undertaken in 2021. So any direction that was provided to staff during the year have been included in 2021. We've also relied upon the use of our tax stabilization reserves to help offset some of the operational costs and COVID funding that's not expected to recur. So that's been built in. We've included inflationary impacts for all of materials and supplies, contracted services, and all of our general operating expenses. Those worked out to roughly about 3.7%. So even that was greater than the direction from council to keep our levy changes at 2 to 3%. We've got a slight increase to transfers to capital reserves to assist with our current and our future infrastructure investments. There'll be more to come on that conversation as well in my presentation. We've built in efficiencies and other reductions in our planned expenditures that assisted in offsetting some of those inflationary impacts. So those would be things like where departments have really taken a hard look at some of the operational costs within their department and either reduced them where possible or reallocated spending to other areas that made more sense. So in the 2022 budget, we don't have any new debt proposed. We're just looking at taking on the debt that was approved in 2021. There will be debt requirements likely in future years, but not for the 2022 proposed budget. We've made the assumption that we've got new revenues from assessment growth of about 1.2 million. Again, I do need to confirm that with our impact data, but that's our preliminary figure. So that has helped to keep that 8.6 figure down. Some of the things that's not included in the base budget, we haven't included amounts for COVID-related fee waiver requests that were in the 2021 budget up to the tune of $110,000. Those were funded from the Strategic Community Reserve. So I suppose that we didn't fully utilize those in 2021. So if we did want to include those, we could have those funded from the same reserve and not have an impact to the budget. We have not included some of the proposed expansion requests that have been provided in the package. So that's, some of them are included, some of them aren't, but I'll get into that a little bit further into the presentation as well. And one of the things that's not included is sufficient reserve transfers to fully fund or adequately fund our 10-year capital forecast. So this is one of the things that the CAO is alluding to as far as, trying to determine some difficult decisions as we move forward. Strategies for implementing the 10-year forecast and the strategic asset management plan will be required and we'll have to look at over the next several years, not just for 2022. So on October 4th, the Finance and Labor Relations Committee pre-budget meeting, staff were provided some direction for some of the items that had been previously referred to the 2022 budget. 5 of those items were considered to be no further consideration, and 11 of the items we were directed to consider within the budget. So the approach in how we included them or didn't include them did vary. It's a little bit, maybe a little bit confusing, and hopefully I'll be able to explain this well. Included directly right in the budget were the first 4 items. So including rental fee waivers, the community safety and well-being fundraising initiative for the hub, and accessibility renovation for the library and the capital program. So those are built in right into our figures. We've got some that are included or shown as expansion request forms that are also included. So you'll see the specific expansion detail in your budget package, and these next 3 are also directly included in the budget. The next couple are a little bit broader and not specific dollar figures, but we were directed to use the asset management financial strategy and consider that as we moved into the budget. So we did try to do that. Again, that will be a work in progress because it's something it's quite large and has quite a significant impact on the city for the upcoming decade or longer. So that'll be something that we can touch back on later in the presentations and during the process. The green standards policy, pardon me, was given consideration, not to steal the thunder of the director of IDS, but staff are suggesting that we form a working group in 2022 and develop the strategy for this and other climate change initiatives going forward. I'll let Taylor speak to that when he gets to his bit as well. The Active Transportation Committee has been provided their annual spending, and the St. Mary's Healthcare follow-up report is in progress for that. So that's coming to the council. So those are the items that were referred to budget. Okay, so other expansion requests that have been included as well include 2 from the policing area relating to additional staffing resources. And those are built into the budget as well. But not included in the numbers that we've presented to council so far are the following that have expansion request forms and additional information provided. So we've got a manager of inclusion, equity, and Indigenous initiatives, and a coordinator to go along with that. We've proposed some changes to our custodian structure where we're looking at full-time and adding a full-time and removing part-time custodians. We're looking at suggesting transit supervisors required for the weekends. We've got an ask for a planning secretary to increase to their working hours per week with a small budget increase. The library has asked for an expansion request as well, and there's a cultural plan staff resource included in there as well. So all of those add up to an additional amount that's not been part of the presented figures so far. And we'll have lots of time to talk about those specific ones later, but just to kind of give the summary of what we've included and what we haven't. So in the capital budget, we've got 99 proposed capital projects totaling about $39 million. About 15 of these are carried forward from the prior year and funded from prior year reserves. So it may look like a lot, but it's, some of them rather are carried forward. 84 of the projects are funded with current year and prior year reserve contributions. The primary focus of the budget is the replacement and the rehabilitation of our existing assets that we use in the delivery of our services. New initiatives haven't generally been financially planned for, usually because we don't know about them this far in advance, but they do require some difficult priority setting for this and for this council and future councils to fund the acquisition or construction and future operating costs of some of those. Some of them are still in their early stages, so will require a little bit more analysis as we move through the process. So not included in the 10-year capital forecast. So again, we've talked about some of these before, but just to kind of summarize that these are not in the forecast at this time. We've got the renewable natural gas initiative, the community hub initiative. We have some items included in there, and council recently received report yesterday to talk about this. So some of that is built in with the fundraising initiative and that sort of thing, which I'll let the CAO talk to when we get to that. We've got industrial land expansions not included in the forecast, and others facilities, new facilities or strategic initiatives that were not yet identified. Some of the other things that might not be included in the 10-year forecast are things that have been identified in our asset management plan as requiring, say, replacement or rehabilitation over the next 10 years, but that have not been have not hit staff's radar just yet. They're either functioning well or aren't on the radar for that. So there could be other things that impact our 10-year forecast. Just want to talk a little bit about some of the things that that we also consider when we're preparing the budget. So one of those things is the long-term debt. So just to summarize, the borrowing and the projects that were authorized in 2021 and the impact that those have had on the 2022 proposed budget. While we've not fully finalized the timing of this, which I expect will be in the first quarter of 2022, the payments for all these projects are expected to begin and have been included in full in the 2022 budget. But as I mentioned earlier, there's no additional debt, new debt being proposed at this time. So projected balances at the end of 2021 were relating to capital and the reserves. So this is where we get into the asset management a little bit more. We've got capital reserve funds totaling about 27 million and deferred grants of another 2.8 million. That includes things like unspent gas tax or unspent OCIF funding that we've just sitting in the reserve at this point. We've got our development charges that are available for spending on some of our capital projects. So we have a total of about $42 million available for all of our capital spending. Annually, based on what we currently receive and what we contribute to our reserves, we're putting away about $10 million a year. 2022, we're looking at the 39 million, as I mentioned. And over the next 10 years, we've got about $267 million in forecasted projects. Sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but we're looking at trying to figure out how to fund that. So this is just a little summary to show you that the 267 million, we expect that we'll be able to fund some of that or all, like some of that through our existing reserves and deferred grants and development charges of about 57 million. We'll be transferring in additional monies like reserve contributions and grants and that of the $10 million a year, so 100 million over the 10 years. We'll have estimated development charges based on previous levels. This could change depending on our new development charges study that's in progress, but estimated about 15 million. We're looking at additional tax revenues from growth. So that number there is basically some of that assessment change that we see each year. So that potentially, that number could be bigger or smaller. It's just an estimate. So we've got total available funding over the next 10 years of 177 million, leaving a shortfall or projects that don't have an existing funding source available of about 89 million, averaging 8.9 million a year. So these are big numbers, and this is where some of those difficult conversations come into play. These assets are all used in the delivery of our services. So we have to really take a look at what services we provide and how we purchase assets to deliver those services. So this is one of the big shock and awe slides that I have. So hold your applause. So one of the considerations that council will have is whether to defer or not to defer projects. So one of the things that may be sort of appealing or one of the first go-tos might be to say, well, do we need to do all of these projects in this current year that staff have proposed? The answer to that is maybe, not necessarily, but deferring to a future year is not likely to have a significant impact on the proposed 2022 budget. It just may change some of the things that happen in the future. So some of the things that happen, increased future costs of capital due to inflation. So if we have a $2 million project in 2022 and we defer it for a few years, it's probably going to cost more than $2 million when we do get to it. That $8.9 million annually is just going to shift money from one year to another. So it's not going to make a significant difference in the 2022 budget. It does also reduce future capacity for any community initiatives or council initiatives. So by deferring projects, we end up almost putting forward to future years that pressure. So it can further erode our flexibility. Then there's other unknown things that can arise in future years that we can't yet anticipate. But a couple of the things that we are now aware of are things like social services downloads in 2022 that's been deferred to 2023, which will impact our 2023 operating budget. Any surprise or unfunded or underfunded capital needs for things that we've maybe identified or not identified. One of the things that came up when our insurance renewal was our fuel tanks and the age of our fuel tanks and not being able to get environmental insurance coverage for some of our tanks. So that's something that we have to build into our plan. And once we look at our entire asset management plan and incorporate all of the assets that we have in there, those pressures could increase further. They might not. They could potentially drop depending on which services and which assets we decide to retain. But just to give council that bigger picture of the asset side of things. So taxes and tax rates. So this is, I just want to touch on this. I alluded to it earlier with one of my earlier slides that talked about the levy increase versus the tax rate. So as I sort of said there, a budget or a levy increase does not translate directly or exactly into an increase in the tax rate. So I just want to be clear about that because there's all kinds of other inputs that go into determining the actual tax rate. It's complex. We have to look at the ratios between the property classes. We look at shifts that have occurred between the assessment values between property classes. So what that means is any properties that may have shifted between residential and commercial or commercial and industrial and how that impacts the total rates that are set. And so to arrive at the blended or combined impact to a property owner, the education rate gets factored in as well. So until all of those variables are known, it's not possible to fully analyze the impact to the taxpayer, but generally speaking, the total impact to the taxpayer will be less than what the levy increase is. Okay, so a few historical facts about tax rates. In the last 10 years, the City of Stratford tax rates have remained very low. And that's based on not just my opinion or whatever, but just compared to other municipalities and compared to itself, they haven't changed much. Any reassessments by impact that were scheduled in 2020 and subsequent years have not occurred due to COVID. So residents have not seen taxes increase significantly due to assessment value changes for the past few years. That there's obviously exceptions to that, and people who have seen big changes in their assessment values likely have undertaken a build or have had a real estate transaction that triggered that reassessment. But for most people that haven't moved or changed anything, they won't have seen a huge amount of change in their assessment value. Residents have not also seen a significant impact due to increases due to our operational and capital needs because we are carefully setting our budget levels and watching how those are spent. And also in years where we've had surpluses, we're trying to bring those surplus monies back into the operating budget through the tax stabilization reserve. So it's just to try to keep those rates as stable as possible. So in the past 10 years, almost all of the property tax pressures that have faced residents have been due to changes in their values, not due to tax rates set by the city. So that's a commendation to councils, this one and previous councils for that particular effect. So again, I mentioned that our tax rates are low. We're considered to be in the mid-range compared to other cities that offer similar services and have similar housing costs, according to BMA, which is a consulting study that we participate in and have for a number of years. So that study basically takes participant municipalities across the province and uses standardized measuring metrics for determining how and ranking municipalities within the province. So the proposed budget, while the levy increase is higher than some of you and some of us were expecting, that particular doesn't impact our relative position and our ranking in that same study. So while it seems like a lot initially, it's not having as big of an impact across the board. And some of the things that we also try to consider, or that aren't really in our control, but we do try to be considerate of, is local employment or unemployment rates and family income levels. So we're trying to bear that in mind as we move forward with the budget. This table, and I don't know how big it is on your screen, it probably isn't very big, but this is also a part of your budget package in your binders. So if you have any questions when I'm done explaining this, you can let me know. This is a table of the last 10 years of tax rate changes and budget levy increases for the city. So I'm going to start at the bottom with the 2012 in the bottom of the slide, where we had a levy increase in that year of $1.7 million, which was about a 4% increase in the levy. Translating that after all of the assessment changes and things like that, and the education rate and blending that resulted in a tax rate increase overall of a negative. So it was basically if somebody had no changes in their assessment in that given year, they would have seen their taxes decrease. Okay, so that just kind of gives you that bit of perspective. As we go through, you can see for each year, we've done the similar analysis there. So again, many of these years that we've had in the last 10 years have resulted in an overall decrease in the total tax rates that residents have experienced. Certainly, most people haven't seen their taxes drop, but the rate itself has dropped that is applied to their assessment value. So in 2022, if we're looking at the proposed top line, okay, the proposed levy increase, what that looks like compared to prior, and what that might look like in terms of an estimated local tax rate. So we're looking at about 5.86% in total. Okay, so it gives you a bit of a breakdown on what that looks like. So again, look at over the last 10 years, we've seen taxes go up less than 1%. Tax rates, pardon me. Again, this is applied to their total assessment. So if somebody's assessments changed, then they could have seen a different impact, but the rate itself did not change materially. Okay, so again, which I mentioned earlier, on a $350,000 home, the proposed budget, they're looking at a $280 increase in their taxes if we proceeded as is. Okay. So what that also translates into, so in 2021, that same house would have had taxes of $4,700, and that would go up to about $5,000 if we were to proceed as is. Again, this is there are still some estimates to finalize, but it's just to try to give everyone a big picture view of what this might feel like if there aren't any significant changes. So that 8.6% levy increase is made up of each percent of about $677,000. So if we were to able to find a 1% savings in the levy increase, that would translate into that whole tax assessment calculation for individuals of an annual reduction of about $30 per year. Okay. Okay, so how are the tax dollars allocated? Where do we put them? We've got, on this average home, say an average tax assessment of $4,500, where does it go in terms of our division? So starting at the bottom, we've got $798 going to police, $546 for fire. We've got engineering and public works, follow those all the way up to the top for community grants. So just another graphic illustration of what that looks like. The green bar is the 2022, the blue bar is 2021. So there's some significant changes in some areas, such as recreation, but for the most part, it's fairly stable across the board. So some of the good news, some of the positive outcomes for Stratford is it does remain a desirable tourist destination, which brings people here and supports our residents and our business owners. So it makes Stratford a great place to live as well. We've also got industrial land acquisition and development projects ongoing. So those add, jobs and other economic stimulus, but also grow the assessment base, which allows the costs to be spread over more properties and more assessment values. In 2021, we have the Queen Street Storm Sewer Project representing the final upgrade that was identified from a flooding event in 2002. So again, we're increasing our resiliency to major future events. So there's lots of good things happening in the city for sure. Green initiatives assist in reducing our environmental footprint. And so again, we're keeping that as a positive or a priority rather. We're moving in the right direction with respect to prioritizing our infrastructure, our asset management plan, and that implementing the strategy for that. And like I said earlier, even with an increase, a tax increase, tax rates still remain in the mid-range compared to similar cities. So what does it all mean? So in order to move all of the council identified priorities forward while still maintaining levy supported infrastructure, tax rates must increase beyond historical levels. We've gotten away or had the luxury of low tax rates for the last 10 years, as was illustrated earlier, but it's not sustainable to continue at that level. Services that are supported by non-core infrastructure need to be critically reviewed for initial costs, but also the long-term ongoing sustainability. So when we have a project that, might be a multi-million-dollar, say, build or something like that, we really need to carefully consider what those operational costs look like going forward, because that's where the taxpayer dollars are funding those operational costs. Tax rate increases in 2022, I would say, are unavoidable, even if we specifically cut or look at services that are reduced or eliminated. Exiting a service takes time and often can't happen overnight. So that's something that, while there are decisions that we should be looking at and should be considering, it may not have a material immediate impact. So it's not only the operating budget that needs to be considered, but the assets that are used in delivering all of our services and what those near-term pressures are for those assets, whether it's repairs and maintenance, whether it's immediate replacement. So tough conversations are ahead around what priorities are affordable, attainable, and sustainable. Next steps. So some of the things that we're working on right now, we're looking at a survey that goes out to residents. We're hoping to issue it shortly, which consists of several questions designed to receive feedback on the proposed budget and on sensitivities to the priorities that have been established. We're looking at a report to summarize any feedback that we get from that for the January 17th meeting. And we're looking to pick up deliberations from January 17th through to the 31st and as required. We're hoping that we have the final approval bylaw for February the 14th. And we're looking at those timelines to try to get allow staff time to get RFPs and tenders out early so that we get the best pricing and selection from our bidders before they get booked up for the upcoming year. So the recommendations out of today is that we're looking at the draft 2022 operating and capital budgets be received as presented. And I am happy to take questions now. So I'd like to open up the floor if that's okay with the chair.
Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Clifford.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that extra grant we got for the OCIF. Is it included? Is that against capital or can it go into operating, that extra grant we got from the province?
It is intended for infrastructure investment, so it would be for the capital program. That's one of those things that, based on the lateness of the news received, it's not built into our 10-year forecast at this point. But we certainly will be looking at trying to incorporate that and future year impacts that are a result of that announcement as well.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You guys can't let me off that easy.
Seems pretty easy to me too. Thanks, Carmen. We'll move on to item 5, City Department 2022 budget presentations. 5.1, Mayor, Council, and CAO. Presented by, and thank you, Carmen. That was a great presentation. Joan, you're on again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too, again, want to congratulate Carmen for an excellent overview presentation, setting out both our opportunities and our challenges. So at this time, I'm presenting the 2022 Mayor, Council, and CAO budgets. And I hope that you can see the PowerPoint presentation on your screens. We are beginning with the Mayor and Council budget opportunities and challenges. So for 2022, the opportunities and challenges are listed there. I will say that there are additional expenses to be incurred later on in 2022 for the inauguration of the new council. So there are some expenses that are incurred every 4 years, and they are included. Overall, it is a status quo budget for both council conferences and training expenses. We've also included in here the new cell phones for the incoming council members, but that will be for the months of November and December only. The challenges include the COVID-19 plans and recovery, again, with respect to holding special events and what we are able to do in accordance with Huron-Perth Public Health guidelines. Next slide, please. So for the CAO budget opportunities, this lays out the basis of our work plan for next year. The Community Transportation System Pilot Project is continuing. It is budgeted for through the Transit Department, but it is coordinated and managed out of my office. With the recent announcement of the GO Train expansion to Stratford, we think that there is a business opportunity there with respect to our Community Transportation System Pilot Project. So we are requesting some funding to do a business case with respect to that. Diversity, equity, inclusiveness, Indigenous, and accessibility initiatives. There is required work to do there, and we do have a review underway. It will continue on into 2022, but there will be some employee training and other initiatives required for that as well. In order to advance the strategic priorities of council, we are requesting some funding in order to do that, as well as the property acquisition and disposition. Now, this is a small amount in the budget, but it does allow us to work with the clerk's office in those remnant pieces of land, as you've seen come through, that are out there. We've held them for many years, and if there is no municipal need for them, we are trying to dispose of them. The community hub preparation work, as per the previous direction of council and including yesterday's council meeting, there is preparation work that's required to be done, including the award of the tender. So that work will be proceeding. It is funded from the reserve. Leadership development is an annual inclusion in the budget, and that is to help with leadership development and training across the municipal corporation. And then the service delivery review continues, and so we are requesting funding for that continuation. Next slide, please. Our challenges continue to be COVID-19 plans and recovery. And as you know, we continue to support Huron-Perth Public Health and our community partners in responses and addressing needs in the community. Concern, of course, is reserve sustainability for funding the special projects which are handled through the CAO's office. And the reserves, it is a challenge because the long-term stability there, sustainability is an issue. There are limited opportunities to draw from reserves to offset the expenses in this budget, resulting in a further impact on the tax levy. And the amount being contributed to reserve to refund the reserve is not sustainable, as I mentioned. Next slide, please. So specifically in the operating budget for our offices, for the mayor, council, and CIO's office, it does cover salaries, benefits, council remuneration, memberships, the conferences, the special events that the council and mayor's office do, and then the special projects that are coordinated and strategic initiatives that I've previously mentioned. Next slide, please. As you will note in your budget binder, there are 2 expansion requests for this office. The first is a manager of inclusion, equity, and Indigenous initiatives. And the second one is a coordinator of equity, inclusion, and accessibility initiatives. In order to drive the DEI plan that is underway, and once it is finalized and implemented, we do need resources to drive that implementation and to build this into all of our activities, services, and programs. The second position in particular I wanted to address, especially the accessibility initiatives. The city has been struggling with having a dedicated expert in accessibility to assist the staff in meeting our legislative requirements under the AODA Act. So specifically, this is a concern that we meet our legislative requirements. So part of that coordinator position will be to drive the accessibility training, making sure that documents and information on our website in particular are meeting the requirements under the legislation. And included in your business, in the budget binder, you will see the business cases for those. With respect to the strategic priorities, so the work plan advances council's strategic priorities by advancing the key programs and the initiatives and partnerships that are aligning with council's priorities. There are key activities which will improve the regional mobility, enhance the economic opportunities, and promote affordability and environmental sustainability. Key strategies will encourage the inclusivity and internal and external resource development with measurable outcomes. And the service delivery will be improved through increased efficiency and internal and external resource development. Next slide. So we continue to be impacted by COVID. We are required to maintain essential services and administrative office services, including communications, while we are still under public health guidelines and restrictions. We continue to coordinate with Huron-Perth Public Health, and I will just mention that there is a request to the city to ramp up our assistance with additional mass vaccination clinics in the month of December and heading into January. So those impacts will continue into the new year as we support Huron-Perth Public Health and the important work that they're doing in our communities. There are also additional activities and projects related to the implementation of provincial and public health guidelines and the city's response. So again, we are ever mindful of those guidelines and ensuring that we are meeting those guidelines and requirements. And with respect to the mayor and council expenses, they did decrease due to COVID, but in-person meetings are expected to resume in perhaps spring or summer of next year. However, I will say again, that is all based on public health restrictions and guidelines in place. And I am pleased to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Joan. Anybody have any questions? Councilor Clifford.
So I was going to ask, in the council, when we have a brand new council, they ordinarily change the computers. Is that in the council? I know you got the cell phones, but are the computers in there, or will that be in IT?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in response to the question, you are correct, Councillor Clifford. The laptops are provided for in the IT budget. However, the cell phones are included in the council budget.
Councilor Clifford.
Yeah, the other question I have, Joan, on your expansion requests, are those requests going to be in early in the year, halfway through the year? What, like I know you've got the total cost in there, but actually, when do you hope to have the expansion request, how those employees employed?
Yes, so we have included the full year expansion request in the budget. Because the implementation plan, we expect to have it in, I think by the end of January or beginning of February. We do want to have those resources in place so that once we have the implementation plan, they are available to take on that work of the implementation and the rollout. And again, I will say, again, with the coordinator and the accessibility, we do urgently need that position as well.
Councilor Burbach.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a question around COVID. We're still in a state of emergency in the city, is that correct? And if that is correct, does that qualify us? Is there any funding coming from any other levels of government that you can see in the future?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in response to the question, we continue to track our COVID-related expenses. We have additional cleaning expenses. We've hired specific staff to assist at the mass vaccination clinics, all of our PPE expenses, things like that. So we are tracking it. While we are in a state of an emergency, we track those. We are hopeful to hear once the declared emergency is over, whether or not there may be some reimbursement of those funds, but there may not be. We continue to monitor and check for any funding that is available. But the province has provided a number of grants to municipalities already to offset some of our COVID-related expenses related to transit and overall municipal expenses. So we do have some grant funding already from the province last year and this year, and we are very grateful to the province for that funding to assist us. And I'm not sure if Ms. Kruger has any additional comments with respect to COVID-related expenses.
Thank you. I don't have anything specific to add other than the chatter within my peer group is that there isn't any expected operational funding expected. We kind of feel like, you know, the province has taken the position of, you know, we've supported you for the last couple of years, so you can kind of figure it out now on your own. But we remain optimistic as well. And in the event that we do obtain funding or we're able to offset some of our 2022 expenses, we certainly would then not have to rely so heavily on our internal transfers and our tax stabilization funding.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to 5.2. Human Resources. Is the acting director out there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Oops. I'm having a little bit of difficulty. I think I froze. Okay. I'm sorry, I think I froze there for a moment. I'll try that again. I'm sorry, the screen froze on me. Hold on a sec. Okay. I'm sorry, if the city clerk is there, perhaps it would be better that you try to share it. Tatiana, I'm having difficulties. Okay. Perfect, thank you. Thank you, appreciate that. Can I have slide 1, please? Just to give council, through the chair, just to give council a heads up on opportunities for human resources. You know, we've gone through a transition in HR with myself coming on board in April. So I've been working to try to bring back all the initiatives that HR had planned in 2021, moving into 2022, so that we have everything back online, because for a bit there, we had a bit of a transition with nobody at the helm. The opportunities I foresee based on what types of things have been planned and, you know, now back online. We're going to continue with the development of talent management strategies aimed at engaging and retaining staff. The city currently has had a bit of a shift in demographic based on attrition through a lot of retirement over COVID. And I think that was even pre-COVID bound to happen with the, you know, people like headed out the door. So the city is skewing younger. With that comes a need, you know what I mean, to ensure that people continue to be engaged, that we're able to retain and attract people. So the focus from human resources in 2021 and 2022 has been on staff development and growth and providing training opportunities for leaders and staff. We're trying to engage people in cross-functional committees so that we provide those growth opportunities that keep people interested and engaged in being here at the city. So we've done a very good job getting things back online in 2021, and we'll continue with those training and development opportunities for staff. So those strategies are still kind of rolling out, and that's what human resources will help support. Another item that is an opportunity for human resources from a service development perspective is modernizing our HRIS system and recruitment and orientation system. Currently, it's very outdated, very tedious and very manual to recruit here at the city. So we have the opportunity to implement a recruitment and orientation system that will help us modernize that service. It serves a few purposes because it will assist in making us more nimble in a very competitive environment for talent, which we, you know, right now, like I said, we're doing everything manual, so we can't do it as quickly as if it's automated. It also will help us spread our net wider to source talent that is more diverse to the city. So it has a few very good things and then once again, efficiency. So in implementing a system like this, you become more efficient and able to take on other priorities, you know, within a given year. So this is something that we will be working on this year to implement and develop and implement. Another opportunity is workforce planning based on internal demographic shift with a newer population under our umbrella. You know, there's a need to now look at our programs and policies so that we can review them, update them to support a new workforce. So there will be a lot of that kind of review and updating and bringing some new ideas and updated things to council over 2022. And then we have started in 2021 working on the internal plan for the city for the diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we've begun that process, and then moving into the new year, you know what I mean, we'll continue to help support that building of a plan. And that will include surveying, which will start in January, February to get a handle on our culture. And then reviewing all our policies, practices, programs to ensure that we remove systemic barriers. and then coming up with the overall plan. So Human Resources is there to support that process. So those are the 4 major opportunities that HR has, over the coming year. Can I have next slide, please? So operating and capital budget, the budget increase for Human Resources will be within 2%. That's primarily wage. So we don't have anything beyond wage. We've kind of kept our budget static. There is capital budget to support the HRIS and recruitment and orientation system that we're looking to implement. This was existing already, our existing money that my predecessor had kind of put in place. So we had that in reserve, and now I've kind of initiated the process that they wish to kind of proceed with for 2020 to 2022. So in light of that, I've also applied for an HR service delivery grant to potentially mitigate that amount of money. So if I'm successful in this, I may be able to pull a grant into this kind of development from a service delivery perspective to support this. So money would go back into the budget if I'm successful in the application that I've kind of tendered. So those are really the only 2 operating and capital budget concerns, but as I mentioned, there isn't much more than that. I've tried to keep the budget static. Can I have the next slide, please? Strategic priorities for Human Resources. Naturally, having a highly skilled and engaged workforce is essential to all aspects of council strategic priorities. So predominantly our work in 2022 will be everything to support the workplace culture, and then attraction, retention of staff, naturally, and supporting also a diverse talent pool as we change. You know what I mean? We want to make sure that we are having all the systems in place and programs and policies that will support that change in terms of culture shift and more diverse or greater diversity in the workplace. HRS recruitment and orientation system implementation will enable us, as I mentioned, to be more modernized in our approach, efficient, and will kind of open up the door to retaining and attracting talent that is more diverse to the city. Next slide, please. The impact of COVID-19 with Human Resources. We have a very small department, and there's been quite a lot of work that has come our way in terms of policies, procedures, practices from a safety perspective. So 2022 or 2021 and 2020, a lot of work was spent in this arena, and I suspect based on what's happening currently for 2022, you know what I mean, in the forecast, there will still be that need to provide that kind of support to the organization. So we have one health and safety manager. Human Resources has also had to pitch in, to provide that manager with support in some of the initiatives they've had to roll out, including the vaccination policy in 2021. A lot of work that goes into that behind the scenes. So I'm assuming that, moving into 2022, we will probably also be faced with needing to be able to pivot, depending on ever-changing requirements, you know what I mean, that are being placed upon us. So that's, of all departments in terms of impact of COVID-19, we've had to kind of pull our resources to help support the organization with whatever it needed, you know what I mean, from a practice, procedure, policy, implementation based on what's happening with COVID-19. And I don't foresee that changing. You know what I mean? And I think we're just in a situation where you just kind of have to be ready for whatever comes at you. So that's Human Resources in a nutshell. I can open it up now for any questions from the floor through the chair.
Does anyone have any questions for Ann? And thank you for a good presentation, Ann. Councillor Ritzma.
Yes, if I could, and thanks for the presentation. If I could go back to the workforce planning piece, what activities are involved here, or you perceive moving forward?
Well, from a workforce planning, you know what I mean, you've got a really young group of employees coming in. So naturally, training is going to be both on the job and then other types of development training, that Human Resources will need to kind of source, supply, put in place for people. I've spent 2021 initiating that or restarting that again, so that we have that in place in terms of structure, because with a newer workforce, naturally you're doing a lot of on the ground training, as well as training for leadership, you know what I mean? Because they're a lot younger, newer, you know what I mean? So strategies around training, strategies around promotion. You know, right now you've got a lot of people in the city in a lot of positions that are coming up, you know, that we've got to build that capacity to move people through the system. You know, and then I think when I look at policies and programs that we already have in place, there's going to be a real need to update a lot of these things when I look at the policies of the city for human resources. So that a lot of time will be spent on making sure those policies support a younger culture. You know what I mean? And that's pretty much everything. I've got to review that entire group of policies that we've had, and I think it's been a while. Some of them are newer, but a lot of them are old and outdated. So all of those things will have to be reviewed in 2022, you know, from the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and also from the lens of having a younger demographic, you know, and what's required to support that growth of that demographic.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, we will move on to, we're a bit ahead of schedule. If you'll indulge me, I would like to suggest that we move on to Carmen's presentation before we have a break. So if you're ready to go, Carmen, go right ahead.
Sure am. Thank you. I'm just going to try and screen share here again. Bear with me. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So before I start with the overview for the corporate services area, I did want to just mention something that I meant to talk about a little bit in the overview, but didn't. And so that's in the, when council is assessing the individual divisions and departments, one of the things that staff spent a significant amount of time on in 2020 in preparing the 2022 budget is in ensuring that the salaries that are related to specific services are allocated correctly. So you're going to see when you start looking at some of the individual divisions, primarily in IDS or community services, some in social services as well, that there may be significant fluctuations between different divisions in terms of the salaries. That doesn't represent any decreases in people or decreases in costs or increases in costs or people. It just simply reflects an allocation amongst the various departments. So I just wanted to be clear about that. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so opportunities that exist in corporate services, we've got quite a few of them. Some ongoing projects and continued development of things that have been begun prior to 2022, and that includes development of the citizen portal, so an online tool for our residents to access their account information and do more online purchases and payments, and just be able to integrate or communicate with the city even more than they currently do. This project has been ongoing for a year now, and we're looking at getting this going in 2022 so that the public can access it. IT has spent a significant amount of time trying to ensure that any information is integrated between what that portal looks like and our financial systems and our other data systems. So we're also looking at further automation of processes to work towards electronic file management and paper record management. So really improving the way that we store information, how we retain it, how we eliminate it, how we keep our access to information secure and accessible at the same time. So those are some of the challenges that our groups are working with. The provincial regulations, as with all the departments, continue to impact how we deliver our services through clerks, through IT, and through finance. So we're having to continually come up with new ways of interacting with the public and with staff as well. So those are some of our challenges. Finance division has had significant staff turnover in 2021, retirements and movement between departments. It's been quite a challenge to keep the finance record keeping and planning moving forward. So that's been a significant challenge in our group. We're continuing ongoing communication with our partners at Festival Hydro around dividend levels. We continue to work to support our external boards and committees and our shared service partners. So ongoing communication with those groups as well. I know the clerk's department is getting ready for the upcoming municipal election already. So there's a lot of work that goes into that. And, just maintaining our existing access to information and access to services to the public and for council and for staff. So a couple of specific things, which we'll get into a little bit more in the individual deliberations. We've had 2 years of reduced parking revenues. So that's kind of forced us to look at what are our expected revenues for 2022 and how does that impact our transfers to capital reserves for parking related infrastructure. One of the things that council will see is that we have reduced the transfers to reserves by the same amount as we've reduced the expected revenue. So we're trying to ensure that we can continue to operate the division, but at the same time, not planning on those surpluses that we've had in prior years. If they come, that's great. We'll be recommending to council that we transfer those sometime through the year, but for the budget preparation, we've reduced those. Some of the things that are not included in the proposed budget, but we may wish to consider as we move forward. Some of the things that were in the 2021 budget that we haven't included based on council direction we'll be seeking. The installation of the patio boardwalks. Okay, so that's something that was done as a pilot project in 2021. So council may want to revisit that in 2022. We haven't set aside any funding for the continuation of the lights on in Stratford. So that's something that we'll have to talk about as well. And same with fee waivers and refund requests. So those are things that, we planned on in 2020 and 2021, but did not see the uptake that we thought we might in those areas. So we've excluded those in the 2022 budgets. So as council's aware, the corporate services budget overall includes our clerk's department, which includes parking and crossing guards. We've got treasury, which includes finance, tax, purchasing, payroll, and IT, which also currently is housing the new asset management coordinator position and services all of the internal departments for any IT related needs. We've got general government and taxation division. Requisitions from others, which includes some of our shared services as well, the committees of council, community grants, and our industrial lands division. So when we get into the divisional reviews of the deliberations, those are the areas that sort of fall under corporate services. Overall, the corporate services department budget's increasing by about 4.4%. And again, as I alluded to in the treasurer overview, we've tried to mitigate some of those changes through transfers from reserves and adjusting reserve transfers for things that we don't expect to recur or that have had a change in the forecast. We've made some other small adjustments to some of our tangible expenses for things like conferences or administrative supplies and things like that to try to mitigate what's happened in the last couple of years, yet still plan for full reopening, hopefully at some point in 2022. So it's been a bit of a balancing act for that. All of the capital expenditures that are planned within the corporate services division or department have been funded through either grants, current grants, historical grants, or existing reserves. So there's no levy impact for our capital expenditures that are planned in 2022. Linking to strategic priorities, this is just a statements rather that came from the strategic priorities, but ultimately communication is one of the key ones with communicating clearly with the public around what our plans and our activities are and planning for a sustainable future. Those are the main ones that cover off finance and the administrative offices, the clerks and the IT division. So we continue to try to improve those communications and those planning activities and staying in line with the priorities that have been established by council. we continue to be impacted by COVID-19. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking constantly to find new ways to communicate to the public, to accept communications from the public, and do so in a safe and transparent way. It does impact, COVID continues to impact our delivery modes, but certainly not our actual overall services. Most things can still be obtained by members of the public or by staff or council with picking up the phone or sending us an email or setting up a virtual meeting, as council is well aware. And that's my overview for corporate services. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Carmen. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Vasilakos, please.
Yeah, I just had a question about the significant variances and one of them being Festival Hydro. And in the report, it says that with recovery, these could be expected to increase in future years. Do we have any indication from Festival Hydro when we could see a return to the dividends that we were seeing in 2017, 2018, 2019?
They're in our conversations with them to date, they've been very much focused on getting, I'll say, getting on track with that. Their objective is certainly to improve that. They've committed to us for 2022 to maintain the 2021 levels, which were approximately 60% of the prior to COVID. Prior to that period. So their objective is to increase those, but they weren't able to make us a commitment as far as exactly when that might happen. We'll continue to stay in contact with them and talk to them about, how that looks. And the sooner that they can get there, the better from their perspective as well, because they're trying to make those long-term plans as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Clifford.
Yeah, I was just going to ask out of curiosity. Carmen was saying that the asset management is in IT. I don't understand the connection, but I know asset management affects infrastructure and corporate services, but how does it affect IT? I'm just curious why it would be there.
Excellent question, Councillor Clifford. Thank you for that. It is something that arose prior to my arrival, and certainly I think in the absence of having a director of corporate services in the role. So I think it was just to keep things moving. We knew that the role was going to be housed within the department, but just to give it a sort of a manager to have it report to in the interim period until we got it established. I do foresee that changing potentially to move outside of the IT division and report either directly to myself or to one of the financial managers.
Very good. Any other questions, Your Worship?
Carmen, what number did you use for growth as far as assessment or found assessment?
So I've included the, it's got a weird echo there. I've included the growth estimated at about 1.2 million. So I don't have a percentage allocation by class at this point, Mayor Matheson, but that's the figure I had a couple of weeks ago. I'm not expecting it to change significantly, but I do need to confirm it with MPAC.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Then, Councillor Vasilakos.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Under there was a requisition from others, and it says, "Will the services offered by this department be impacted by COVID?" And it was a no. And I was just a little surprised at that we're not anticipating that things like public health and ambulance services, Spruce Lodge, and the museum, things like that, that we don't expect any continued COVID impacts on those, when it seems to me that those would be very much impacted by continued COVID restrictions.
I think just to answer your question, I think that when those forms were completed, we were going with the assumption that we don't have any direct knowledge or input into those particular services. Of course, everybody's still impacted by COVID, so those probably by default should have all said yes. But it was just an attempt to try to say that it's outside of the staff of the city's direct input.
Oh, I see. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Then I will suggest we take our break now. I think we just shut our cameras off and come back on about 10:30. Hi, Kim.
Good morning, Councillor Gaffney. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I love your backdrop. It's beautiful.
It's that time of year.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Main floor lobby of City Hall.
Yeah, yeah, I recognize. Yeah, yeah, it's good.
If I could get one more to come on so we have quorum, if anybody's waiting for any reason. Looks like we have quorum again, Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, yes, we do.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 5.5, social services. And I see the director is here. She's ready to go. She go right ahead.
Thank you. We'll bring it to the next slide, please. So social services, I will outline each department's challenges and opportunities that we're foreseeing for the next year's budget. And the first one is the Ontario Works and Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative. We will see significant changes through the province in the Ontario Works program on the employment side beginning April 2022. We've got to remember the budget remains frozen at the actual 2018 actuals, but we will not see a change or a loss of the budget until April 2023. So what that means is this will allow our division to maximize its current employment supports allocation and work through the transition without an impact on the employment supports funding model that we've had in place. And this will help get people back to work and back into the workforce. Some of the challenges we are going to see within this program is the government is forecasting that we may see a strong increase to the caseloads. The initial forecast is we could potentially reach 800 benefit units on socialists through the Ontario Works program, and that accounts to about a 40% increase, and that will be limiting to with this current budget that we have, because we will have to maintain the level of service with the number of staff that we have. So that's one of the challenges we see. We also know that at this point, the social service relief funding is ending in March 31st this year, and that has been able to help subsidize the impact we've seen in the increase of homelessness numbers. So this fund has helped to support the increased level of need that in the community and supplemented our community homeless prevention initiative allocation pre-COVID levels. So the loss of this could present a challenge for the community homeless prevention initiative program. If you change the slide, please. In the housing, the opportunities is connectivity. We're continuing to move along with the connectivity project, which will provide a benefit to residents as life and safety and security will be improved in our housing buildings. Cameras are intended to act as a deterrent to the criminal and problematic behavior that we have been seeing. In general, this will provide a safer place and enhanced quality of life for our residents. And some of the challenges, the aging housing buildings, with the exception of 230 Britannia, our buildings have an average age of 52 years, and aging buildings require higher maintenance costs and capital investments as critical systems such as plumbing, HVAC, and fire safety are required to be replaced to ensure the health and safety of the residents. These costs are expected to continue to increase and are necessary to ensure the continued operations of these buildings. We are also, as a challenge, seeing declining operating funding. Federal funding supporting housing will continue to decline through 2022. This will limit the ability to support rent supplements as well as ongoing costs to the Perth and Stratford Housing Corporation buildings, as well as our community housing providers. This could also limit the number of supplemental rental units we are able to provide, and that it will depend on future government funding, which is unknown at this time. Change the slide, please. Our children's services, the opportunities. We have newly announced workforce funding, and this will help support the recruitment and retention of ECEs in the field. And it will add capacity to enhance the technological footprint in childcare and family centers. So that funding has just been announced. Some of the challenges we will see in children's services is the ministry allocations are stalled at 2019 levels. And this is provincial, but we are going to see at municipality, there's a lack of ECEs to fill daycare spots. And that can reduce revenue then because we are not able to find the daycare, the ECEs to operate daycares at maximum capacity. If we could change slides, please. This speaks to Anne Hathaway's opportunities and challenges. And so the opportunities is we're hoping to increase the enrollment once we get past this COVID and start all programming that we had previously. And we are also looking at an increased parent fees in the third quarter. Some of the challenges that we're seeing is the additional screening and disinfecting protocols will continue to require additional staff hours and supplies. And we are also seeing a long-term effect of daily disinfectants are beginning to show on the toys and materials that we use for the children. And they need to be replaced earlier than anticipated. Change slide, please. So this is our 2022 operating budget. Okay, change slide, please. And the capital budget outlines our capital budget with Britannia 2 noted and maintenance and upgrades to our Perth and Stratford housing core properties. Change slide, please. So 10-year forecast speaks to our community housing units and really the lack of knowledge we have on forecast with provincial and federal funding is the variable in this forecast. So we estimate the known numbers we have. Change slide, please. We have put in one expansion request. And this position is cost shared and it's leveraging the fact that we are building Britannia 2 and adding 27 more units to our portfolio. Our aim is to support successful tenancies and increase safety and well-being for both tenants and staff. So that's why we have put the request in for a public housing review officer. Change slide, please. And the outline of the strategic priorities. And change slide, please. So I'm going to go back to some of the impacts of the COVID-19, and one of our key significant impacts continues to be the Anne Hathaway daycare and the need to for supply staff to cover while overall our numbers are lower in the daycare, just to meet the ratios and the children's attendance in each classroom. So that is where we are seeing the greatest impact to the COVID-19. And this completes my presentation. If there's any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Another excellent presentation. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Ritzma.
Yes, and thank you for the presentation. I know there has been discussion before, and I'm just wondering where we're at with regards to the idea of divesting of some of the older housing stock and perhaps building a new housing stock that's more accessible, more efficient. Just wondering where we're at with that work.
Thank you, Councillor Ritzma. We did hire a consultant who is going to have an analysis ideally by January for us to look at what properties it would be pertinent to look at and divest in.
Thank you. Excellent question. One the chair was looking to ask also. Thank you. Councillor Clifford.
Yeah, I was going to ask the director, if I understood correctly, an increase on Ontario perks up 800. And what I'm going to ask is, it's a dual question with unemployment being so low in our area and also with opportunity to educate people. Like, I just can't understand how it's anyways, if you could explain, if I understood correctly, that 40% increase on Ontario Work.
Thank you, Councillor Clifford, through the chair. It is what the province has projected for this area. We are fortunate that we do have low unemployment rates, and our caseworkers will be looking to rapidly reemploy people. However, sometimes, as we know in the past, there's skills gaps and matching, and there's disabilities that prevent some people from re-entering the workforce.
Thank you, Councillor Vasilakos.
Yeah, I had a question. Are there any impacts of, like, I know there was a round of end of operating agreements and the number of units and shifts between sort of units that we have and rent subsidies and such. Are there any impacts coming up for 2022 and 2023 for some of those?
Through the chair, at this point, we are working with the providers, and we are not. We're trying to maintain and using the Cochi OFI funding.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Kim. We'll move on to item 5.6.
Thank you.
Fire Airport. Is the chief available?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Chief.
So through the chair, this is our 2020-22 budget proposal for the fire department. Then I'll move on to the airport after that. Opportunities and challenges. 2022 will see a review of the medical tiered response agreement with Perth County and the Perth County paramedics that all the fire departments within Perth County take part in. The purpose is to ensure service delivery efficiencies are considered in updating the response protocols. Any proposed changes that come out of those discussions will be brought before City Council for consideration. Challenges, implementation of outstanding items from ongoing collective bargaining with the Stratford Professional Firefighter Association. Next slide, please. Operating capital budget, we see an increase of salary and benefits that came out of collective bargaining, increase of costs from utilities, fuel, and contractors, which seems to be a common theme across all the departments. We did an in-depth review of our historical items that no longer require funding at the same amount, so we've done some decreases across the budget. And we saw a decrease in dispatching revenue due to 5 fire services moving to a new provider after an RFP process. Capital, we're not asking for any capital requests for 2022 from the fire department. Next slide, please. 10-year capital forecast. So as Carmen said, this is something we're all putting in for awareness to do with the asset management plan. The Stratford Fire Department has projected 1.52 million in capital requests over the next 10 years. Starting in 2022, the fire department will have an annual contribution of 150,000 being transferred annually. This will leave the fire department short by 20,000 over the next 10 years, or $2,000 a year, which could be corrected very easily in the future. It is important to note that the fire department did reduce its annual contribution from 200,000 to 100,000 to assist corporations' requirements at the time a few years ago. And each year, the annual contribution is being increased back to an appropriate amount to match the 10-year requirement. Next slide, please. Strategic priorities. For the fire department budget, we align with strengthening our plans, strategies, and partnerships. Next slide, please. I'll now entertain any questions.
Councillor Gaffney, you're muted.
Yes, I am. Sorry, Councillor Clifford.
Yes, Chief, I was going to ask you, the fire truck that we ordered, has it come in, or if it hasn't come in, when's the approximate time it will arrive here?
So the vehicle arrived, through the chair, the vehicle arrived just over a month ago. Training is ongoing right now. We're making sure everything's working properly. We have to ensure everybody is not just competent, but confident in the use of this vehicle. There's a few technological changes to it from our old one. So we want to make sure everybody's safe when operating the vehicle and safe around any structures we'll be using it around. We will be looking at, once everybody's trained and ready to put it in operations, we'll be looking at an unveiling for city council, staff, and the community prior to putting it into full operations, and we'll have a nice opening ceremony for it.
Thank you. Councillor Burback.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've noticed that we've lost some revenue in the dispatching services. And I remember we had a discussion a couple of years ago about our equipment and the state that it might be in. And I'm just wondering if you could provide some commentary on that and what you see happening in the future with the dispatching.
So regarding dispatching, this is something staff is trying to work towards a solution. When it came to the RFP process that took place, there was quite a few questions around that. All I can really say is that we could not meet the minimum requirements in those RFPs to submit a bid or proposal. So when it comes to the future of dispatching for the Stratford Fire Department, as I said, staff is working towards solutions one way or the other.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Anyone else? Your Worship.
Chief, out at the airport, I know that there was some conversation a while ago about building additional hangars and whether that provides any more additional revenue for the airport. Is that being advanced or anything talked about with regard to that?
So through the chair, Mayor, that's coming up in the next proposal. I touch on that directly. If we just wait until we finish the fire, I'll answer that question directly in the. Chair, you're muted again.
Yes, I am. Thanks, Chief. I guess we can move on to your airport presentation, please.
I'll now move on to the 2022 budget proposal for the airport. Next slide, please. So opportunities. So this touches right into Mayor Matheson's question. We're awaiting feedback on a $1.5 million grant application with the Regional Air Transportation Initiative to fund expansion of the taxiway, which would allow interested parties to build new aircraft hangars. And this opportunity would see revenue increases in leasing fees and fuel sales. Although it started last spring, there was a lull due to COVID-19, at least that's what we were told, on the selection of who would be receiving these funds and how much. What's important to note with this is one of those rare grants that is 100% funded. It's not a percentage for municipal or local government, and they match. So this is 100% funding, and even if we only received half that amount, we can still build up to the amount we received to expand the taxiway. Even half the 1.5 would allow for at least 2 more aircraft hangars to be built. So we're still waiting on that, but that is, you'll see that in the capital plan, 10-year capital plan. But when you see it on the capital plan, we listed it there so council would be aware there could be a project coming if we receive the money. But no funds are coming from the corporation or capital reserves for the expansion. Staff will also be reaching out to universities seeking, like we did with the first time in 2015, to tie it into one of their possibly a bachelor's or master's program, seeking a free study to update the 2015 airport economic study with an inclusion of a climate lens on activities that take place out there. To get a little more in depth, it'll be a welcome addition to the study for sure. Challenges for 2022, we'll see contract negotiations upcoming with the airport operations manager and leasing of the terminal by Stratford Air Services. That'll be coming up in the summertime. Next slide, please. Operating, so we've increased fuel sales and landing fees, which align directly with the recent service delivery review. It was one of the recommendations that came out of that, so we did that, implemented that for the 2022 budget. There is increased cost from utilities, insurance, and contractors. As I said previously, this is a common theme across the corporation. And a decrease of historical items that no longer require funding in the same amount. So we dropped those. Capital, as Carmen alluded to, our insurer identified that any of our underground fuel tanks across the corporation need to be replaced and moved above ground in order to maintain environmental insurance. So we'll be looking to do that project in 2022, which I'm sure you'll see coming up in infrastructure as well, development, with an estimation of the project. So with this increase in fuel sales and landing fees and a decrease in historical items, we're actually seeing a reduction of 4.8% in the airport budget over 2021. Next slide, please. So the Stratford Municipal Airport is projected $3,175,000 in capital requests over the next 10 years. The airport has an annual contribution of $80,000 being transferred into reserves annually. This leaves a shortfall of $237,500 annual contributions to fund the airport's projected capital requests. So this comes back to the asset management plan that Carmen talked about, and where our shortfalls are for maintaining the assets we have over the next 10 to 50 years. And this is one of the items that will be discussed in future budget deliberations coming up in the new year. Next slide, please. So the airport's aligns strategic priority, aligns with widening our economic opportunities, strengthening Stratford's economy by developing, attracting, and retaining a diversity of businesses and talent. Next slide, please. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Councilor Vasilakos.
More of a comment than a question. When I'm looking at the capital expenses and I'm looking at the ongoing operating expense report and the inability to move closer to revenue neutral, I think the airport is one of those, when we're talking about difficult discussions, I think this one, in my mind, continues to be high on the list. And especially as we look at some of the climate effects of small airplane transportation.
Thank you. Councilor Clifford.
Yeah, to go along with that, I was going to ask our chief about with industries, they don't have to fly in the way they used to with, we're all getting used to what we're doing right now with Zoom meetings. And the other thing I'd like him to comment on, possibly not right now, but we have airports that are close to us, like major airport that's close, that's expanding. Like I know you're going to have the school do a report on how great the airport is for the city, but I think we need a report of how the other airports around us that are expanding, how it's going to affect us and how with Zoom and everything. So I don't expect the answer right now, but I like the previous council. I think we have to take a hard look at the airport.
Thank you. Any other questions? I see none. We will move on. Thank you, Chief.
To the chair, you're muted again.
You go ahead when you're ready, Taylor.
Sure, you'll also have to figure out how to share the screen here. 1 second. Does that work?
We are seeing your desktop only.
All right. Okay. That's just.
Would you like us to share your slides?
Does that work?
There you go.
And then it moves over. Okay. Settings. Clerk, do you mind sharing? The difficulty of using 3 screens, it won't let me figure out which one to use first. So we'll just go this route. Thank you. As the youngest one, you think that I would be more technologically savvy, but apparently that's not the case. Good morning. Today I will be going through the 22 budget for the Infrastructure and Development Services Department. Next slide, please. So the IDS department will be encountering many opportunities and challenges in the upcoming year. As we move forward to becoming fully accessible by 2025, there are further steps that need to be taken. A request for an inclusivity and accessibility coordinator is proposed in the budget. This position will go a long way for the city to achieve their legislative requirements as well as maintain service level expectations. The city's asset management plan currently meets legislative requirements. However, we are working to further integrate and implement it into our daily operations. With 3/4 of the city's assets falling under the IDS department, this is an onerous task. In 2022, we will be looking at what resources will be required to maintain this plan. Attainable housing. This year, both the public and council emphasized the importance of attainable housing in Stratford. In a joint project with investStratford, we are looking to conduct a community improvement plan to support attainable housing projects and initiatives. There is $80,000 budgeted for this project. Part of it is anticipated to be funded externally. If this funding falls through, staff will be coming back to council to seek further direction. In 2020, council declared a climate emergency, and in 2021, the greenhouse gas reduction plan was finalized. In this plan, there is an outline of many potential initiatives and resource requirements to achieve these goals. In order to move forward, city staff feel the need to adopt this plan and make it their own, so that we can make more movement forward towards actionable items. To this end, I've been tasked with developing the internal working group with the city to help guide how we move forward. Part of this working group is to determine what resources will be required to achieve this endeavor going forward in 2022. A service delivery review. Nearly all the fleet have devices installed that allow us to collect data on their use. In 2022, we'll be collecting data for all vehicles, which will allow us to conduct fleet utilization that can be used in preparing the 2023 budget. In June of 2021, the province established regulations regarding the future blue box collection services. The new system will be one where producers are responsible for all costs of implementing residential collection systems. Since the producers are responsible for the cost, the province deemed it fit that they should be able to at least determine the rules on how the services are run. The rules are still being made at this time. However, we expect them to be finalized in spring of 2022. Once these rules are finalized, it allows staff to figure out what services can be provided and how services will be looking going forward. The city moves forward to the producer responsibility system in 2024. Subject to final approval of the comprehensive zoning bylaw and the implementation of short-term rentals and secondary units, associated bylaws will need to be updated, as well as a licensing program installed. There is no budget at this time identified for additional licensing requirements. However, it will require some staff resources to be managed. We'll have a better understanding of what those resources are when staff bring a report to council in the upcoming months. The director of HR spoke this well, and the difficulty is directly impacting my department. For much of 2020, 2021, and 2022, the IDS department has been short-staffed. This is largely in the engineering, building, and planning divisions. This is in part due to retirements, relocations of staff, and just the general labor market. This will result in 2022 being a growing year, as managers will need to support and guide new staff. Next slide, please. In the operating budget, you won't see any large jumps in the IDS department, with the exceptions for those related to long-term debentures, as well as an increase into the contributions to the facilities reserve. Some of the operational time that staff will be seeing this year will be implementing the Attainable Housing Community Improvement Plan, the 5-year review of the official plan, adjustments required to adopt the linear environmental compliance approvals, as well as a 5th and final year for the Whiteman Fiber to Home project. One item that wasn't listed here is the Environmental Services Department's is looking to purchase 2 new pieces of equipment that will help us seek efficiencies in our operations. That's related to water main leak detection, as well as a sewer inspection. Next slide, please. This table here shows some of the highlights in terms of the 22 capital budget. The library's accessible washrooms renovations is already underway with consulting services. This project's partially supported by enabling accessibility grant, which contributes to about $100,000 to the project. We're also looking to see the City Hall and 82 Erie Street see elevator improvements, subject to funding. The first step in the restart to the Grand Trunk Community Hub is underway with remediation and reinforcement to the Cooper building. You'll see a typical water, sanitary, storm, and roads reconstruction projects. This year, the city will be ramping up our sewer lining projects for water and sanitary. The water pollution control plant will see large expenditure this year with a UV disinfection system replacement. Part of the recent downtown traffic study outlined some areas of downtown intersection improvements, which we plan to proceed in 2022. They include Ontario and Church, Ontario and Erie, and Downey and George at this point, as well as the landfill is looking to construct a new cell. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, 3/4 or well over $700 million of the city's assets fall under the IDS department. In the 10-year forecast, the planned infrastructure renewal totals $176 million. Of this, $56 million has anticipated funding sources, leaving $120 million to be supported through reserves. At this time, this results in a shortfall of approximately $4 million for this department alone. In short, we are making progress, but there is still a way to go to meet our sustainable infrastructural renewal targets. Next slide, please. The IDS department is putting forward one addition to base, that is to see an increase in hours of our planning clerk. Our justification is over the past few years, the planning division has encountered increased demands from just general increase in development, the implementation of a formal consultation process to help developers early on in the development application process, as well as a reduction in legislative review times, meaning our staff have to respond quicker to applications. Further demands are anticipated going forward as the planning department modernize, as well as support for a potential licensing bylaw as for short-term rentals in secondary units. The existing position already works more than 25 hours allotted to help accommodate workload. Implementation of this position would further alleviate some of the planners and the manager of planning's time to development applications. The cost of this is estimated about $20,000 per year for this increase. In terms of, next slide, please. In terms of strategic priorities, we're looking at mobility, accessibility, and design excellence, developing our resources, and widening our economic opportunities. Next slide. Unfortunately, it looks like we have to prepare for another year of dealing with pandemic-related issues through staggering staff, PPE, and sanitization. We're taking the steps to reduce the impact to our department. All departments have contingencies in place to ensure our core services will be maintained. There's minimal impact to the budget besides the additional sanitization required for custodial duties. And I'd be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you, Taylor. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Clifford.
Yeah, I was going to ask about your landfill expansion. Taylor, I was going to ask you, like how long do we have for that landfill yet? I know when I came on council 30 years ago, they talked about 25 or 30 years, but what kind of projection do you have for our landfill?
Through the chair, in the waste rate study that was completed back in June, they had a closure date of 2046 as the anticipated closure. So depending on diversion targets that can be met, this could be prolonged, but 2046 is the anticipated date.
Councillor Ritzma.
Yeah, and thank you. I had a similar question. Well, am I on? Yes, I had a similar question as Councillor Clifford, so thank you. With regards to the accessibility, the target of 2025, how far along are we with regards to meeting that target within the city?
Through the chair, we are still striving to meet the current requirements under legislated. There are many documents that still to be updated in terms of what's put on the website. The next step for 2025 is looking to establish internal documents to be accessible. So this is a big undertaking itself. The other component to this is that really for the city to proceed in establishing an accessible environment, we need a champion in-house that can push initiatives forward. At this point, it is left to the various departments where there is no specific expertise to cover all the legislative requirements needed to successfully achieve those targets. So, if that answers your question.
Through the chair, you're muted again.
Yes, I am. I saw Councillor Vasilakos first.
So I see as one of the services to be reduced to mitigate impacts, and I saw grass cutting, and I'm interested in, we hear a lot about it, but there's also a lot of environmental benefits and climate change benefits to reduce grass cutting and increase wilding. Have you included that already as a reduction, or is that still a potential reduction?
Through the chair, that would be a potential reduction. This past summer, we've made steps towards naturalizing areas related to stormwater management facilities that seem to gain justification. However, to have a more widespread program or initiative would require development of policy that would allow us to reduce our grass cutting throughout the city.
Councillor Burback.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the grass cutting reduction would be a great thing, budget wise as well as climate wise. I actually had a question about the city buildings, and I'm pretty sure I asked this the last two years at least. Under the city buildings, we don't see the gallery, and I'm just curious why it's not really considered under a city building, because it would be interesting to know what that is costing the city to maintain that building. I see the normal school is on here, so I thought that it was a comparable type of building. So I'm curious as to if and when we're going to see the gallery being listed as a city building.
Through the chair, I don't have that answer at this time.
maybe David has a,
Yeah, through the chair, the gallery and the maintenance and the upkeep comes through community services. So it's pieced out within the community services budget and not specifically listed as an expense under the line of gallery.
Okay, thank you. I find that a little confusing, but yeah, that's the way it is, I suppose.
thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will, again, by a show of hands, who wants to keep going? Because we're ahead of schedule. And we shall move on to community services, because I see the director's here ready to go. So whenever you're ready, Dave.
Through the chair, before you is the slide presentation for the community services 2022 budget proposal. So our opportunity is you'll see some proposed capital upgrades to facilities that will maximize use and extend the life of the facilities. You'll see future transit projects paid through the Investment Canada infrastructure program, which will move our fleet forward with new updated vehicles and equipment, and we'll maintain cemetery revenues by adding 124 new niches. Our challenges, of course, are related to COVID. Moving into 2022, we are hoping that we will be back to a revenue stream, but it's unpredictable. As we see with COVID related, it could hurt our department revenues. We're uncertain about provincial gas tax allocation, as it may decrease based on the sale of gas over the past year. And the lack of seasonal staff in the last 2 seasons has hampered our ability to maintain our main park system. Next slide. So in parks, we're budgeted to return to a full complement of seasonal employees and the return of full plant material planting. You see in capital, we're looking at play structure, replacement of a pickup truck, replacement of the front end loader with a snow blade. We need to remove the old fuel tanks from the parks yard and the replacement of steps at the Meadowroo Gardens. Next slide. In cemetery, we are returning to a full complement of seasonal employees. In capital, we're ongoing road repair, historic monument leveling, removal and replacement of the cemetery fuel tanks. You're going to notice here that we need to replace the fuel tanks at the cemetery and the additional of the niches of the columbary. Next slide. In transit, operating budget will show $150,000 towards studying electrifying buses, feasibility study for a new office and garage bus storage facility. In capital, we're looking at replacement of a vehicle, ITS and GPS system upgrade continuation, the automatic bus wash replacement, electronic fare system upgrade. And again, we need to remove and replace the transit fuel tanks. Next slide. In facilities, we're looking to put $50,000 towards a facility study and report on National Stadium. And you'll see a reduction of $50,000 in operating budget towards the YMCA, down from $92,000. So it's a reduction of $42,000 in costs. We're looking at a capital program. We want to do some National Stadium upgrades, planning to do about $100,000 a year for a 4-year plan. Community hall generator to provide emergency lighting. Actually, emergency lighting is already provided with the existing generator. But if we take the generator that we removed from Kiwanis Community Center and add it to the community hall, we will now be able to provide power so that we can generate a proper emergency station. And there's some replacement of some equipment items. We need to do some Packham softball facility, pavilion drainage, and we would like to reconstruct the Milton Street tennis court, which would be in relation to pickleball, as if we recondition Milton Street Tennis Court, then we can reconfigure Anne Hathaway tennis facility to strictly a pickleball facility. Next slide. So if you look at the 10-year capital forecast, 10 years, we look at about $32 million. Approximately 9.7 of that is coming from the ISIP program and provincial gas tax. Historically, over the years, we've added about $400,000, which is about $4 million over 10 years. This would leave a shortfall of 1.8 million per year over the next 10 years. And that doesn't include some of the other capital projects that are not listed in the 10-year forecast. Next slide. So our expansion requests, it's a part-time supervisor in transit. In recreation facilities, we look at creating 2 full-time custodians while removing the allocated hours for 3 part-time positions. So a low impact to the budget. We struggle to attain skilled part-time staff and retaining them. The creation of the 2 full-time positions will eliminate 3 part-time positions in terms of hours, and it'll be a low impact to the budget. Next slide. These are the 2022 budget referrals. So the municipal cultural plan and the municipal sponsorship program. Next slide. So how we relate to our strategic priorities, we're developing our resources, mobility, accessibility, and design excellence, improving ways to get around the city, public transit. Next slide. So the impact of COVID. We've had several in recreation. Our capacity limits for indoor facilities were impacted in 2021. The proof of vaccination identification policy has impacted the users and renters of our indoor recreation facilities. So currently, we are not taking bookings for the Rotary Complex Community Hall. We had planned on starting early in 2022, but it appears that probably will not take place either. And then our first major booking will be the curling event in March, followed by CDX, followed by the home show, if those events are allowed to move forward. As you've seen in the 2021 budget, our recreation program revenue was decreased. In transit, ridership and revenue was decreased. And we had some increased staffing hours as it relates to bus sanitization. The cemetery reverted to keep service operating by using an intercom system for COVID. Next slide, please. I'm available for any questions.
Thanks, Dave. Councilor Clifford.
Yeah, Dave, I was going to ask about the National Stadium. It's like we don't have like a senior ball team anymore. Like how much is it actually being used like in the summertime?
Well, to start with the senior ball team, we are working with a group now that is trying to bring back the IBL senior team to Stratford starting 2023 season. Those are still in preliminary negotiations, but regardless, the National Stadium still needs to have some renovations done to keep it up to some sort of standard. In terms of usage by Stratford Minor Baseball, it's tournaments on the weekends and 4 nights a week.
Any other questions? Councilor Ritzma.
Thank you. And David, thank you for that presentation. It's hard to believe that the Rotary Complex is at an age where we're going to have to start looking at, maintenance or major maintenance projects, replacement and repairs to the facility. What are the main pieces that are coming up shortly that, whether it's HVAC units, et cetera, for that complex?
Well, I think you've mentioned it, that in the near future, our HVAC units are going to have to start to be replaced.
can't remember how many is on the top of the roof, but it's in the 20s that we will need to piece together to get those replaced. To keep our maintenance program a little bit lower, we're going to start replacing flooring and minor repair just to keep it up to an acceptable standard. As everybody knows, these buildings don't last forever. We're coming up on 16 years, 17 years that this building has been open, and that goes for the Agriplex also.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Councilor Clifford.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the sponsorship program. Is there any income, like, do we plan to get any income in 2022 from that, or is the timeline, is that too close?
Yeah, I don't think we'll see any income in 2022, and if we do, it'll be at the very end. By the time the budget is passed, that we engage some help to get the program moving. It will be before we anticipate moving forward with the sponsorship plan.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, David. Item 6, outside board 2022 budget presentations. I see the chief and deputy chief are here. If they are ready to go, I invite you to take the stage.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get my video on. Can everybody see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's been a tough couple of years to be a cop. Throughout the pandemic, our people have taken on responsibilities for interpreting and enforcing ever-changing public health legislation, supporting public health officials in educating the public and promoting voluntary compliance. In addition to that, net new work, we have had to deal with the resulting social issues which have been driving our operational workload, specifically mental health, addiction, homelessness, self-harm, including suicide, and domestic and family violence. And while we see an initial dip in property and violent crime at the front end of the pandemic, our numbers have increased to their pre-pandemic levels. I'm proud of the response, resiliency, and leadership demonstrated by our members, and of the level of community collaboration, leveraging of existing resources, building of partnerships, and finding efficiencies to support community safety. 2021 marks the third full year of policing St. Mary's and Perth South, and it is also the third consecutive year of achieving financial surpluses, which in my opinion is no coincidence. There are operational efficiencies that can be achieved from having additional resources available to support our deployment strategies, which can translate into financial savings. Our civilian governance authorities, the Stratford Police Services Board and the Community Policing Advisory Committees in St. Mary's and Perth South, have been very progressive in their priorities and objectives for the police service and have been holding us accountable to their expectations. We have collectively heard the calls to defund, demilitarize, and reimagine policing, and we are responding to those calls from the public. But change doesn't happen overnight, and it can take more money, not less, to be able to make that shift happen. As you will see as we walk through the slides, there are a number of initiatives that we are putting in place to support the needs of the community. The resource enhancements we are asking for this year are all on the civilian side of the service to support the transition of the service. The deputy and I are alive to the fact that there are three driving factors for the community when it comes to policing: costs, service delivery, and community control. We are consistently balancing those three priorities to ensure the most effective, efficient, responsive, and cost-effective service possible. So just getting into the slide deck, 2022 challenges. As I've already mentioned, we've had trends towards social issues that are driving our workload: mental health, addiction, self-harm, including suicide, overdose, homelessness, and family violence. And I cannot emphasize those top 5 enough, because that's what we're seeing the majority of police time and resources being expended on nowadays. Obviously, public demand for police accountability, fiscal transparency, Equity, diversity, and inclusiveness, particularly calls for the police service to look more like the community that we're serving. The demilitarization, reallocation of funding, body-worn cameras will also increase our accountability to the public, and legislative changes through the Comprehensive Police Services Act, which will be enacted at the beginning of 2022, which will increase the accountability at the provincial level for all police services in the province. When we look at reliance on technology, our next generation 911 communication system is under implementation now and will be implemented in phases over the next 6 or 7 years. We've had calls from the public for increased traffic initiatives. So we've been looking at red light and speed enforcement technology to assist us in that endeavor. Our digital evidence management system has been up and running on a provincial scope, and we've been included in that process with respect to our electronic e-briefs and also our capturing of digital evidence to support our investigations. Communication systems upgrades, electronic crime investigations, the proliferation of video, cell phone, and computer downloads that are impacting on the daily workload of police officers is incredible. And of course, we need the technology to be able to support what's happening in the community, to be able to effectively investigate crimes, hold people accountable, and assist with the prosecution. The health and well-being of our members is also a challenge, with the stress and injury and illness management impacting on our staffing levels. We have been lucky. We haven't had the impact of other police services across the province, but we all know that that can happen with one major incident that could change drastically. So we want to be proactive with our internal mental health for our members. And of course, we're dealing with a 24/7, 365 scheduling of our employees, which adds to all kinds of challenges for us in the business that we're in. So we're also looking at succession planning, recruitment, particularly recruitment with a diversity lens, and enhanced training through de-escalation. And of course, all of these are always rooted in trying to increase the morale of the police service and the membership. Next slide, please. When we look at our 2022 opportunities, I've got a number listed here. There's a number of initiatives going on within the police service that I am very proud of, and also I see some very positive movement as we move through 2022 and into the future. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan has been put in place, and Kim McElroy and I are the co-chairs for the first implementation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. And we have a number of community partners that are sitting down to look at joint priorities across the 6 contributing municipalities within Perth County. And that collaboration has been incredible. The Community Equity Action Team has now been identified. The team members have been identified, and we are starting the process of having those meetings. And that's an initiative of the Police Service Board in Stratford to enhance our partnership and our relationships with the diverse communities within the city of Stratford, not only today, but in the future. As I mentioned, the mental health is a huge issue in our communities, mental health, addiction, and homelessness. And certainly the Mobile Crisis Rapid Response Team has been a significant benefit to us as police officers, and also the healthcare system. We started in October of 2019 with one mental health social worker on patrol with police officers. We are now up to 5. That process and that initiative has been so successful that it has expanded beyond any of our estimations in such a quick timeline, and it will continue to expand as the provincial government has provided some more funding, and we hope to be able to get to certainly an expanded coverage to 7 days a week, and to at least 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night. We don't see 24/7 as being required at this point, but if we can get there at some point, it would certainly be advantageous to our officers. Other opportunities include enhanced training for frontline officers, particularly in the area of de-escalation, and other risk mitigation strategies, including our issues around prisoner care, which is the #1 issue for our Special Investigations Unit investigations in the province, where it comes to investigating police officers when things go awry with people in our care. We're also looking at leveraging partnerships with our PRIDE agencies beyond simply technology. PRIDE is the Police Regionalized Information and Data Entry System, and that is the partnership that we have with Waterloo Regional Police Service, Guelph Police Service, Brantford Police Service, and South Simcoe Police Service. It started back in the mid-'80s to support online data terminals and in-car data terminals, sorry. And we are looking, the chiefs and the deputy chiefs are looking at additional ways that we can support and leverage that partnership to do more other than just data. So we're looking at operational ways that we can collaborate and cooperate more to save money and leverage resources. We've got continued efforts on our call for service analysis and the deployment of our officers through a strategic patrol initiative. We're looking at further engagement of our auxiliary unit, which started last year. And we're looking to engage them in more crime prevention efforts to expand our footprint across our communities. And we're also looking at increased provincial grant money that's available to support operations, and we're going to be tapping into that money that's available. I'm now going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Foster to take us through the operating and capital budgets. Deputy.
Thank you. So we're looking at, the slide says 5.02%, but I think the numbers actually work out to 5.1%. So we're anticipating a 5.1% budgetary increase for 2022. That funding is to support collective bargaining agreement obligations. It's to support the addition of 2 new civilian positions the chief alluded to earlier. One is for a records manager, and the second is for a mental health, wellness, and resiliency coordinator. The records manager will look after and maintain the service's ever-increasing amount of records, digital and physical, and provide some supervisory responsibility to those in our service that are delegated with collecting and managing and distributing records. The mental health wellness coordinator is intended to be a resource for the membership primarily, and then I'm sure as that position grows, will be a resource to members of the community as well. The other goal of the budget is to enhance prisoner care and security by deploying a cell guard or matron program. This would be a call-in type program to bring an employee in to provide in-person observation and supervision of persons in custody to reduce risk. We are seeing, as everybody can probably appreciate, costs in fuel. So even though we are transitioning to a mostly hybrid fleet, we are still seeing rising fuel costs. And the launch of NG Next Generation 911, which we anticipate Q1 of 2024, requires funding to be put aside for that. And next slide, please. Regarding capital, so as a carryover project from 2021, we've identified that we need an additional server to support the replacement and upgraded administrative phone system. We didn't replace any cruisers in 2021 as a result of COVID and trying to keep our budget numbers down. However, 5 are due to be replaced in 22, 3 for the city of Stratford, 1 for St. Mary's, and 1 for Perth South. We are looking to replace 2 other computer-related servers that are end of life in 22. We want to replace the lockers in the women's change room as they are degrading. And we have a number of what we refer to as legacy portable radio units that are end of life. Mostly these are deployed for our ride teams or our auxiliary members. We want to replace a quantity of those in 2022 as well. Next slide, please. So our 10-year capital forecast, most of our funding for capital projects occurs through the operating budget for a corresponding year. One exception, would be the cost of a new police facility, which we have earmarked in 2023. NG 911 is a little bit of a moving target at this point. We anticipate no less than $200,000 for startup costs for that. But again, it's uncertain at this time. And in keeping with the chief's comments earlier, we are working with Pride as a partner to leverage the best NG 911 solution that we can. So there's good value in being part of that network there. Nevertheless, we are anticipating putting another $50,000 towards NG 911 for 2024. Next slide, please. And I believe that's Chief Skinner's turn.
Yep. Thank you, Deputy. Yeah, just to further touch on the expansion requests in the 2022 budget. We went forward to the board with 4 key priorities for the police service with respect to new resources. The board has agreed to move forward with a few of these positions on a temporary basis, a pilot, if you will. So the record management position that the deputy spoke of will be a 1-year contract position with a 6-month review to see if in fact it is a position that will be required on a full-time basis in the future as we solidify the job description and the workload. The complexity of records within the police service is going to be increased exponentially once we get into body-worn cameras. When people think about the body-worn camera project, they think about a camera that is strapped to the chest of the uniform of a police officer that records the interactions between the police officer and the public, which is exactly the case. However, there is a lot of back office support that is required to maintain that data that is captured, and also disclose the data to people who are charged with offenses and disclose for the purposes of prosecution. All of that takes a lot of time, effort, and energy and technology to be able to facilitate. And there needs to be we certainly don't want expensive police officers who should be out on the street sitting in front of a computer redacting information from body-worn camera video for the purposes of prosecution or disclosure or for freedom of information requests. So we want to have a process in place, and we need somebody to manage that process and a number of other things within the service. The mental health, wellness, and resiliency position. This is a position that many police services are incorporating into their resource structure for the health and wellness of their members. And one of the spin-offs that we have experienced, or the officers have experienced with the MCERT program being in place, is that there is a lot of crossover training that's been happening, where the MCERT workers are learning about policing and police tactics and processes and policies. And our officers are learning a lot about de-escalation and dealing with people in crisis. And that's all very positive stuff. But there's a component that we saw that was missing, and that was the need for our officers to have somebody to be able to speak with, to have somebody to coordinate projects, to support our members as they're dealing with all of that increased, significantly traumatic experiences that they are coming across out in the public. As we have taken on St. Mary's and Perth South, in particular Perth South, with some of the major crashes that we've seen that have resulted in death and serious injury, our officers are being exposed to those traumatic events more often. And we decided that we would be best suited to run a pilot to see how we could better support our people and keep them in the workplace. Nobody is any good to us if they are traumatized by the work and not at work. So we're doing everything that we can to ensure that our people are supported and are able to continue to do the job. Our garden matron program, as the deputy has mentioned, that's a casual part-time call-in when we have people in custody. To date, we've been using special constables, a combination of special constables and police officers. And again, police officers are very expensive. We need them out on the road. So the garden matron program was a less costly way of performing that work and allowing us to increase the visibility out on the street. And number 4 is a program that will be solely contingent upon a successful grant application, and that is a part-time policing program. So you'll note that we haven't asked for any additional police officers in this budget. We've asked for all civilian positions, and one of the benefits of going to a part-time policing program is we can fill some of the scheduling gaps that we experience. And a lot of those scheduling gaps that we experience are short-term in nature and also seasonal in nature when we're trying to cover off vacation leave, sick leave, court time, things like that. So the part-time policing program will provide us with the flexibility to have a uniformed police officer in place on a casual call-in basis, and certainly less costly than hiring new police officers. And that program has been successfully implemented in a number of other police services. And we think that we could have significant benefits from incorporating a part-time policing program in our service. Next slide, please. So just very quickly on the strategic priorities of the police service, you'll see that visionary leadership, healthy workforce, community engagement, and investigative excellence are our 4 pillars of our strategic plan. And under there, you'll see the headliners for each of those areas. There's lots going on in the police service, and we are linking everything that we do directly to this these strategic initiatives. And it has been a great guiding document to focus our requirements. Next slide, please. The last 2 slides are based on the strategic priorities of the city and the police linkages to those priorities. So we looked at developing our resources and the policing activities, or transitioning the police fleet to hybrid vehicles, enhancing safety and security around existing and new affordable housing developments in partnership with social services, increasing our funding and grant opportunities to expand service delivery and improve police facilities, widening our economic activities or opportunities, promoting community safety through the increased visibility and public engagement, foot patrol, bike patrol, the auxiliary unit, to name just a few, expanding the mobile crisis rapid response team program to address mental health, addiction, and homelessness, and improving infrastructure to support expansion of the service. Expansion of the service meaning St. Mary's, Perth South. And next slide, please. Oops, did we miss a slide? Anyways, there should have been a couple more strategic priorities. Mobility, accessibility, and design. There we are, thank you. Collaboration with city staff on motor vehicle, pedestrian, bicycle collision analysis to make our streets, intersections, and sidewalks safer. Contribution to a municipal traffic safety plan, and integration of technology in our voluntary compliance and enforcement strategies. And finally, strengthening our plan, strategies, and partnerships through the implementation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, the building partnerships through the Community Equity Action Team, and building internal communication through inclusion with the corporate leadership team model that's in place. And next slide, I think, is the Q&A slide. And that's it for our presentation, pending any questions.
Thanks, Chief and Deputy Chief. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Vasilakos.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I'm interested in that municipal traffic safety plan, and if you could expand on that a little bit. We do get a lot of feedback around traffic safety on a number of streets, but especially around school zones. So I'm wondering whether you could talk a little bit about how that plan might come into play.
Yes, so we've, thank you for the question, and through the chair. We've received a lot of feedback from the 3 municipalities that we police with respect to police visibility and enforcement initiatives, targeted enforcement initiatives in specific areas of all 3 municipalities. So what we have done is, in part, when it's a speeding issue, because that's the #1 complaint that we get is in relation to speeding, we have purchased Speed Spy technology that will track traffic volumes and speeds and provide us with a roadmap, if you will, around what the actual experience is in those particular areas. So we can move that Speed Spy around to the various municipalities in those locations. We can electronically capture all of the information, and we can make deployment of officer decisions based on that information to step up our enforcement and visibility measures. So that is one area that we're using to make sure that we're deploying our resources appropriately and in a fiscally accountable way. But what we have also found is that there are a number of other pieces of information that we need to have specific engagement of subject matter experts to assist us in being able to determine the best outcomes for particular areas, whether that's intersections, whether that's sight lines, whether that's pickup drop-off around school zones. All of that information needs to be analyzed to see what the best opportunities there are for putting mitigation strategies in place. So what we are going to do is we are going to convene a group of subject matter experts within city staff that are in Stratford, St. Mary's, and Purcell to look at all of those issues and see what best practices we can put in place across the 3 municipalities to be able to address the issues that are coming forward, not only to councillors, but also to the boards and CPACs and the police service specifically.
Thank you. And that leads to my second question around the St. Mary's, Perth South, and Stratford. I know that when we first expanded the service to the other communities, there was a commitment to come back and report back when it had been running for a while to see how well it was working, what were the financial implications around it. Especially, I think one of the concerns was raised about the contributions or the payments from the other municipalities that include contributions to reserves for infrastructure, for equipment, the 911, like all of those other features within the budgeting, and whether each is covering it all. But I think there was also some discussion around what the savings could have been in terms of some shared positions and shared programs. So I'm just wondering whether, I know when I had asked last year, it hadn't been running long enough probably to get a report back. But I'm just wondering if you have a timeline for where we might get some reporting back on some of the budget issues around the expansion to the other communities.
It's difficult to put an exact number on what the savings have been. I will say that in the past 3 years, we have had surpluses over those 3 years. And while it may be a dotted line, not a solid line, I do believe that the more resources we have available to us, the better deployment of those resources we can undertake, which is a cost-saving measure in and of itself for all 3 municipalities. You know, anecdotally, I can tell you that St. Mary's and Perth South are very happy with the level of service that they're getting, even though it may not be 24/7, 365 on an ongoing basis, because there are issues that always arise in the municipality that pull police officers out of St. Mary's. For example, arresting an impaired driver in St. Mary's, they have to come to Stratford to do the breathalyzer tests for that investigation. Or if there was a sexual assault in St. Mary's, they would have to bring the victim or any witnesses into Stratford. So that does cause some gaps in service delivery. However, with the additional resources that we have, we can move the resources around to cover off the requirements of the community. From a cost perspective, I think it's been very cost advantageous for the city to expand the resources. I think it's provided the city, as I said in my intro, cost, service delivery, and control are the three big issues in relation to providing police service. And I think there has been an increase in service delivery to all three municipalities with respect to the increased numbers. And I think there's also been some financial advantage. And obviously there are control enhancements as well. So I think all three have been very positively impacted by the decision to take on policing in St. Mary's and Perth South. And in fact, there has been a discussion with St. Mary's about extending their contract with the city, and they are looking at an extension. So they are certainly happy with the police service. With respect to a formal report, we can certainly look at putting a formal report forward. We do the annual reports that look at more of a statistical analysis for the police service overall, but we certainly can look at a report specific to the two municipalities that we have taken on policing for, to give you a better overview of the impact that has had on the police service in the city in general.
Okay, it's just that, as I said, when it was originally proposed, when it came to council, there was a conversation around a report would come back, especially around that budgetary piece and cost recovery and all those other things. So if it's something that can be included within the annual reports, although the annual reports, as you said, are more statistical based, it would be interesting to have an overview, as you said, if it's 3 years in now, to get a sense of the budget impacts that it has had.
Yeah, we can certainly look into that specific to those two municipalities.
Thank you. Counselor Seven.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, and maybe I missed it, when the contract is up for renewal with St. Mary's?
Yeah, Deputy, can you give us an exact date on that? Do you have that available?
I don't have the exact date. I believe it expires at the end of 23.
I know there was a requirement, Councillor, for St. Mary's to look at the contract within 24 months of expiry, and they recently did have that discussion and made a recommendation to council to look at an extension of another 5-year extension of the contract. So they are now within or close to the 24 months from expiry.
Okay, thank you. And I guess a follow-up to that is, what would happen if, say, they renew and then 5 years down the road there's no renewal? What then happens to expansions like the extra staffing and the new cruisers and things like that? Like, would those sort of fall back into place in Stratford, or is there a sort of contingency plan for if that were to happen?
Within the policing contract, there is an exit strategy and the costs associated with exiting the agreement for St. Mary's. This did come up recently with our conversations with St. Mary's to iron out a few of the legal verbiage within the contract to make sure that everybody's on the same page with respect to what happens if St. Mary's or Perth South decide not to continue with policing, or what happens if the city of Stratford says we no longer see it being financially viable for us to continue the partnership. And that's kind of the key component within the contract that is missing, is if Stratford says we can no longer continue to support this model. So we need to revisit the legal language that's been identified as an issue that needs to be discussed.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is about the potential new facility. Is there a funding sort of ideas in place for that, or is that something that will be dealt with when it comes up?
The board has engaged a, sorry, Mayor, were you going to?
No, go ahead, Chief. I'll fill in on behalf of the board after you're done.
Okay, so the board has authorized the contracting of a consultant to look at the strategies that are in place to fund a new police facility. And they are in the process of providing us with a report back on what options may be available to council to consider, whether that is a renovation of an existing of the existing site, whether that is a renovation of an existing building, or a net new build. And so that process is underway. Along with that, they're looking at the costs and the funding options that may be in place. And at that, I'll let the board chair, Mayor Matheson.
One of the strategies is because the courts coexist with the Stratford Police Service, and that the current lease, while it says it's 5 years, does give the courts a 1 year out to get out of the contract at any time. We have tried to engage with the Ministry of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Community Safety and Correctional Services with regard to any capital grant programs they would have, so that they could help fund the facility. The other reason is that AODA compliance will come into effect with regard to the courts. And they did do an audit, I believe it was in February of 2020, when Infrastructure Ontario was last on the property, and walked it and realized that they did have a little bit of a delta ahead of them. And since that time, though, the pandemic has hit and they have suspended the programs that we were looking at with regard to how we could coexist in a joint facility. The person that we've retained is to go back to them now and see if an updated business case can be made that we could share with the Attorney General on behalf of the courts and the Stratford Police on how we could coexist and then access any capital funds the province has for courts in the province of Ontario. In the past, when they've done it, it's because they built their own building and Infrastructure Ontario has owned it. In this case, we own it. So at some point, we're hoping to come back to council, or at least give a report to council to say, these are the partnership opportunities and grants available depending on how you proceed, and that there is interest from the province to do so.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a comment. I'm surprised with the increase, quite frankly, like with taking on St. Mary's and Perth South, with our potential savings with that. But my question is, in the police capital, the transfer to reserves is 388,000. Now, I suspect part of that, and we talked about the NG 911, but are there other capital expenses we're anticipating on those reserves?
Deputy, do you want to field that one?
I apologize. I'm not sure I understand the question, sir.
Yeah, well, the question is on police capital, it's the number 2242, and then it's the third line down, transfer to reserves, $388,050. What's that made up? Like, what's that required for? You can't answer it now. You can ask. It can come later.
I believe what you're referring to, sir, is the police cruisers. So we have 5 cruisers. Make sure I'm not on mute here, sorry. We have 5 cruisers being purchased in 2022. 3 of those are for Stratford and 2 of those are One is for St. Mary's and one is for First South.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had, we talked about it before, and I see it in your report about speed cameras and red light cameras. When it came up before, it was we were told it was extremely expensive. Like, it is a income source, but have the costs come down on speed cameras and red light cameras?
I don't know that the costs have come down. The actual technology costs may have come down. It's the back office support that is the most costly part of the any kind of technological enforcement initiative that's in place. So there has to be processes to lay the tickets and to mail those tickets out and to verify the photographs and run the plates and identify the owners and manipulate the entirety of the system. And that's where the expense comes in. And so what we have been doing is we consistently hear from the public that that we need to be looking at technology to be able to support our traffic initiatives. And we don't disagree with that. However, much like the body worn camera initiative, the actual infrastructure is not the big expense. The big expense is the back office support to support those processes on an ongoing basis. So that's what we need to make sure that we have the finer financial details on before we can make any kind of recommendation to the board as to which way they would prefer to go with respect to those types of enforcement initiatives.
Thanks, Chief. Is there anything else for police services? Okay, thank you. See none. Again, I'm going to ask committee and staff that if we just take a 15-minute bio break and leg stretch, maybe we could go back to the last 3 outside boards and the wrap up and be done instead of taking the full hour right now. So show of hands to just have a short break. Okay, so let's say 20 after 12, be back. Excellent. Thanks, everybody. Tom Clifford. Hi, Jody. And
No,
Kathy. Looks like we have quorum again. So we will move on to item 6.2, Stratford Public Library. And I see the chief executive is on, so whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here today. Just bear with me one moment while I share my screen. Here we are. All right. Thank you very much again. And we'll get started here with opportunities and challenges. So in 2022, looking ahead, we have a number of plans. First, we'll be completing the front garden rejuvenation, which will feature an outdoor programming space and 2 smaller seating spaces, in addition to significant garden improvements. To date, all the pathways have been laid out and the seating and decorative rocks put into place. So we are just waiting on the plant material for it to become a fully functional outdoor programming and recreational space for people. Second project will be renovating washrooms to create accessible and attractive spaces. So as you've heard before a couple of times, the building department has secured a grant for part of the construction to create 1 barrier-free, 1 universal, and 3 additional washroom spaces. And this item is included in the infrastructure and capital or development services capital budget. You can find that on page 110 of your budget binders if you'd like more details. The board is also preparing to engage in a strategic planning update. The current plan runs until the end of 2022. So it would like to have a updated plan in place to begin in 2023. And finally, the board is preparing for an updated space and service needs study. This study will assess library facilities and services requirements for the current population and future growth over the next 20 years and identify an approach to physical infrastructure and service improvements that will meet those needs. The board has identified a number of significant organizational and environmental elements that will affect the library's ability to make effective service decisions in the future that it wishes to have additional data for in order to make informed choices. So this includes the limitations of the current physical facilities and the organizational capacity, as well as shifting demographic and economic realities, including financial risk factors such as provincial budgetary downloads. So it would like to do a 2-part study, which is part 1, a comprehensive review and analysis of the library's physical space, assessing the current and projected future space needs for library services in Stratford, and identifying optimal use of available existing or potential sites for the library. And the second component would be a comprehensive review and analysis of the library services, reviewing the current levels of service in comparison to organizational resources and sector best practices, as well as doing some predictive growth modeling for these services, given increases or decreases to resources at various levels. So those are the plans for 2022. With respect to the challenges, our main challenges continue to be reconnecting with people for whom use dropped during the pandemic, as well as transitioning back and forth between online and in-person programming. Those two things are, of course, very interconnected, as in-person events were one of the main draws to using the entire suite of library services. And with the physical distancing restrictions still in place, the library is limited in the number of people we can serve. So we hope and expect that those numbers will rebound as we move through and out of the pandemic and are able to safely lift those restrictions. With respect to the operating and capital budget, the operating budget includes a proposed 2% cost of living adjustment and the addition of a small healthcare spending amount for part-time staff who are currently without any extended healthcare benefits. All other lines reflect known or actual increases, and that's the operating budget comes in at an increase of 2.68% for 2022. There's no additional financial impact due to COVID. We have been able to continue on with our regular cleaning schedule, and all of the cleaning supplies and plexiglass and things like that are contained within the existing budget. With respect to capital, the board is requesting support to complete the strategic planning exercise, as I mentioned, and the space needs study. In addition, those two projects would be in addition to the regular replacement of public computer equipment and the final portion of the carpet replacement project, which has been ongoing for 3 years now. As far as the 10-year capital funding forecast, the current forecast is within the historical funding envelope, covering the typical expenses of the library board for its collections, computer replacements, periodic building updates, and strategic plans. There is now also a vehicle replacement reserve being built, so any future impact of vehicle replacement will be minimal on any given year. The library does have a single expansion request for 2022, the proposed increase of 5.25 hours per week to the existing part-time makerspace assistant position. The makerspace is currently open 12 hours a week. However, despite this limitation, in each of 2018 and 2019, the makerspace saw over 1,300 users each year for tasks such as 3D printing machines, tool prototypes, vinyl cutting for marketing, and education in coding and robotics. And in order to achieve this suite of programming, community volunteers were essential in order to assist this many people. And we do continue to use volunteers where possible during the pandemic. So increasing the funding for this position will also expand services to meet the demand through additional open lab hours, as well as the special skills-based programs. It will increase the ability to generate positive long-term outcomes for all ages in developing digital-based skills to participate in our digital economy. Lastly, it will provide support for small businesses with tools, staff assistance, research, and referrals to other community resources. So at the same time as the library makes this request, I must also note that we will be continuing in 2022 with the third year of our partnership with the Perth Community Futures Development Corporation. This collaboration has been very successful and has produced all kinds of impactful business assistance, everything from teaching people how to make their own marketing materials to printing a motor mount for a local construction company's cement mixer. So together we are supporting grassroots business endeavors, as well as long-term education and development for people to be able to thrive in the digitized economy. Finally, tying it all together with the strategic plan, the library's work is supporting strengthening our plans, strategies, and partnerships, specifically community well-being, through equity of access to culture, technology, and accurate information, which is no small thing in our current climate of misinformation and active disinformation. There is also the cultural development and participation, providing educational support from pre-literacy through post-secondary and independent adult study, civic engagement with community issues and the democratic process, generating social connections, increasing community cohesion, and addressing the challenge of reducing isolation. SPL also supports widening economic opportunities by supporting grassroots labor force and business evolution, access to high quality technological resources such as computers, Wi-Fi, and the makerspace equipment, educational platforms such as lynda.com and Gale Courses, and reference librarians with master's degrees in information literacy are critical to ensuring that people can make the transition to the information economy and make sure that those who are economically disadvantaged can participate fully. That brings me to the end of the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Julia. Does anyone have any questions? See none. Thank you for your presentation. And we will move on to item 6.3, Destination Stratford. Zach here, there he is. Whenever you're ready, Zach.
Thank you. I'll just take a moment to share my screen. So thank you for this opportunity to present Destination Stratford's budget request as part of the city's 2022 budget deliberation process. Due to a city request last year based on uncertain revenues caused by the COVID pandemic, health and economic crisis, just a reminder that Destination Stratford agreed to assist by reducing the 2021 budget request to $20,000 less than the previous year's budget from 2020. So for 2022, Destination Stratford's budget request represents a 2.15% increase over the 2019 pre-pandemic city-funded portion. So this is well below the rate of inflation across the last 3 years. Tourism is critically important to the local economy and to the well-being of our community, and we continue to work hard to navigate economic recovery for our industry. In this presentation, I'd like to share with you some of the ways that Destination Stratford has provided value for the city, our community, and the tourism sector at large. So most of our stakeholders have a good concept of what destination marketing is, although many don't appreciate the tremendous behind the scenes work involved. And as we've already presented to council several times this year about many of the successful and impactful destination marketing campaigns already, I'll focus today on some of our other initiatives. So we created this Venn diagram to help display and explain the guiding principles for our destination development and management initiatives. All of our projects must enhance the visitor's experience, but the successful projects do so while also improving our community and quality of life for local residents. Prudent investments in tourism infrastructure lead to sustainable economic growth, and our best initiatives incorporate all of these priorities simultaneously. So a perfect example of this is the Stratford Alfresco initiative, managed this year by Destination Stratford. In a proactive effort to help alleviate the pandemic constraint of severe indoor capacity restrictions for our restaurants, the Alfresco program has increased tourism infrastructure by expanding outdoor dining opportunities in our public spaces. Adding Destination Stratford staff to manage these locations really improved the overall experience for both visitors and local residents. Thousands of Made in Stratford meals were enjoyed on our Made in Stratford tables, and the direct economic impact of the Alfresco public dining areas was well over $750,000 this year alone. And that gets multiplied several times if you add in the highly successful patio extension boardwalk program. But there are also many other wins as well. So Destination Stratford helped introduce a liquor with food bylaw to council, and I applaud council for approving that for the second year, which allowed us to promote Stratford with a progressive European approach to outdoor dining. The alfresco infrastructure will provide value for years to come, including the tables, but also infrastructure like the porous paved pads that support them throughout the park system. Another good example is Lights on Stratford, which is also managed by Destination Stratford. Last year's Lights Festival has been provincially recognized for innovation, specifically within winter season development. This initiative was designed to hire local arts professionals, one of Stratford's most precious resources, and also be a new draw for visitors. And by focusing on winter, the festival helped create a more robust and year-round tourism economy for local businesses. And the legacy of Lights on Stratford continues with the second annual festival set to launch this Friday. As some of you may know, one of our main displays is en route from Australia and currently stuck in the Port of Vancouver due to the disastrous flooding in BC, and it will be late to the party. Hosting festivals during a pandemic is tough, but we persevere because doing nothing is not an option. Our community is resilient and creative, and Destination Stratford continues to collaborate with the city and our tourism stakeholders to ensure that we come out of this pandemic stronger than before. Providing our visitors with additional experiences is also an important service that we provide. Our culinary trails broke an all-time sales record in 2020, despite the pandemic and multiple stay-at-home closures. We've already surpassed that sales record in 2021. The Destination Stratford team is busy at work creating a brand new trail that will be launched early next year to offer even more diverse activities that attract and keep visitors here and help stimulate economic recovery and growth. We've also been very active in breaking down some of the organizational silos and collaborating with a wide variety of stakeholders with a common goal of improving this community and region. We are working with partners at the city, county, and province for tourism growth opportunities such as sport tourism development, with an example being the Stratford, St. Mary's, and Perth County cycle route map you see here. We're also investing and collaborating directly with the city on community and tourism infrastructure projects. Pictured here is the new drainage solution for Tom Patterson Island to allow for outdoor public community events, even after significant rainfall, along with a porous paved performance pad for the community. Destination Stratford has been successful in leveraging grants at the provincial and federal level to bring over $1.5 million of tourism investment to this community since the start of the pandemic. Most recently, we were successful in obtaining a grant for completely transforming the outdated and seasonal boathouse public washrooms into a year-round, totally accessible public washroom with double the number of stalls. The design has just been reviewed by the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and we hope to have the bulk of construction completed during this spring coming up. Public washroom renovations are an unusual project for a destination marketing organization, but we recognize that having year-round accessible public washrooms is absolutely necessary and essential if we want year-round tourism growth. And it also represents a civic infrastructure improvement that benefits our entire community. Destination Stratford also plays an important advocacy role on behalf of the local tourism sector at all levels of government. We take our leadership role seriously and have recently become certified as a living wage employer. The pandemic has revealed some serious issues within the hospitality sector, and we're currently witnessing severe staffing shortages and retention issues across the industry, which is bottlenecking some of the economic recovery progress we've seen to date. We have an opportunity to lead by example in trying to ensure our tourism sector fully recovers in a way that's sustainable, resilient, and equitable. So as we continue to focus on economic recovery efforts and opportunities, we're setting new records for culinary trail sales, innovating new tourism products that sell out in hours. We're providing service excellence both in person and online, enticing new audiences to experience our destination, and improving our community with tourism infrastructure investments for our parks, public washrooms, and downtown core. We're proud of what has already been accomplished and hope that council recognizes the value that Destination Stratford brings to our community. We look forward to continuing the development, management, and marketing of our destination. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Zach. Does anyone have any questions for Zach? See none. I guess that's a reflection of the job you're doing, Zach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 6.4, Invest Stratford. And I think Joni is around someplace. There she is right there. You go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. I literally just finished a public policy sector presentation on WebEx, and so now I'm getting myself figured out on Zoom. So I apologize if I can just have 1 second for screen sharing, or does the deputy clerk have my slides? Okay, thank you very much for that. And I really appreciate the opportunity, and I'm pleased that we're so far ahead of schedule so that you'll all have time to consider and perhaps have your afternoon. So really quickly, I just, I think it would be, I'd be remiss not to thank Joan and the corporate leadership team. As an external board, we sometimes exist out in the ether a little bit, and being able to learn and understand sort of through this budget process this year over the last few, how we've integrated and fit in. So I'm grateful to that. In terms of presentation, I'm going to talk about our 3 key areas of focus, and including in that some performance indicators for council to understand how we'll be reporting back throughout the year through the various ways that we've been that are outlined through our recently executed purchase of service agreement. So the first key objective is business retention and expansion, and as our corporate director of corporate services mentioned, there's an expectation of about a $1.2 million increase in assessment. My belief is that some of that is industrial and commercial growth, and so we're very pleased with that. In 2021, there was approximately $1 million of land sale revenue. So we really want to support the development of new industrial land and the infill of our existing properties. We did a survey of our largest employers. Of the 26 that we surveyed, 13 responded, and 60% of those have plans to expand in the next 12 months. So the industrial and commercial sectors remain robust, and pleased with their location here in Stratford and a willingness to grow. We want to provide exceptional service to our expanding companies, and we want to put a significant focus on workforce development, housing, transportation, and skills programming. You'll notice there some of our performance indicators include our number of company expansions, increases in square footage and growth, the amount of space that's available for development, and as well as moving the attainable housing project forward, and we'll get to that in a minute. Next slide, please, and thank you. So in terms of investment attraction, obviously my hope this year is we'll reestablish our in-person presence and some face-to-face lead generation activities. We've had the opportunity over the last 2 years, certainly with our partners at Global Affairs Canada, to build our virtual and online marketing resources. So right now you can click on the links on the website, the investStratford website, and you can see virtual reality, drone footage of the city-owned industrial parcels. Because what we do know is that, site selectors and companies that are looking at Stratford for investment are doing a majority of their research long before we even know that they are. And so those online resources are critical. Some of our countries of focus for this coming year include the UK, the EU, Japan, and the United States. And how we sort of come up with those countries of focus. Generally speaking, it's positive trade agreements between Canada and those particular companies that make the business experience incredibly positive for the companies. We also look for positive and forward-thinking, forward momentum relationships with our trade commission partners. So within each of those countries and regions, the Canadian government and the Ontario government has a trade commission service there. And when those relationships are strong, we know that the opportunities tend to bear fruit. Our sectors of focus are there. They include automotive, aerospace, food and agri-tech, and our smart and connected city technology. We work very closely with our partners at the Southwestern Ontario Marketing Alliance. And for the purposes of Council's understanding and consideration, that membership also includes our membership in what's called the Ontario Food Cluster, which focuses on the attraction of food production and agri-technology companies, and the Ontario Manufacturing Communities Alliance, as well as the International Site Selectors Guild Association. What we know about, or as I'm sure you've all read, there's a lot of discussion right now about supply chain and issues with respect to that. Certainly reshoring. We're doing a lot of work looking at some of our larger manufacturers who have the easiest mathematical equation way to figure it out is anything that is fewer than 1,000 units in a shipping container has a real opportunity to be reshored in the coming years because of the exorbitant increases in shipping costs. So we are looking at that as well. In terms of performance indicators, they're there, where we're going, how many we're going to, who we're seeing, the status of those leads, the follow-up summaries. So that'll all be included again as we report to Council through the year on these objectives. Next slide, please. Business creation and entrepreneurship, something that's near and dear to my heart. These are the activities of the Small Business Center, most specifically. So our areas of focus, our provincial funding contract with the province of Ontario is set to renew in on April 1st of 2022. That contract includes $217,000 per year for the operations of the center, as well as grant funding. I have great confidence that that contract will be renewed and that program will continue to move forward. I wanted to let you know that within that contract is $86,000 worth of entrepreneurship and small business grants. And so Council's contribution to the organization of the Small Business Enterprise Center is really allowing you to unlock direct grant funding into the small businesses that are in our community. We're going to continue to expand our content, which includes our one-on-one and our group workshop programming, our post-pandemic support. You've heard a lot today about the ongoing impacts of COVID-19, and we know that that's the same sentiment as and feeling of our small businesses. So we're working with them as well. And we're going to do a lot of work around increasing our visibility and impact. So we have an open application with the My Main Street program. We've partnered with the town of St. Mary's so that hopefully we'll be able to host an ambassador there as well as in the city of Stratford. And really the purpose of that program is to support our Main Street businesses in terms of their marketing, their market research. There are some grant components attached to that program as well. So I'm really excited about the opportunities that exist there. In terms of how we'll report back to you, our number of clients, our meetings, our businesses started, maintained, and expanded, and our number of jobs created. Next slide, please. So in terms of our operating budget, our ask this year is flat to our ask in 2020 and our ask in 2021. Those two budgets were reduced when we were asked by the CIO and city leadership to do so, but the ask at the start of 2020 is a 0% increase to the previous 2 years. That funding is broken down, as you can see, the largest component being 64% is our salaries, our benefits, and our professional development, followed by external relations, which is our marketing and our memberships, our overhead rent and equipment. And I would highlight for council that $45,000 of that is provided back to the city for the services that we provide and our rent. And I can tell you that the services we receive are outstanding, and we are about to close in on the first year of our lease with the development services team, and the transition has been smooth. The team here is fabulous, and I can tell you that the feedback from your companies, and they're mine too, is that the alignment with the planning and the building and the engineering department was the absolute best move and has helped them a lot. So I'm really pleased about that. And then, of course, our entrepreneurship and our grants and events make up the last small pie there. I do want to highlight for you our board restricted. If you could just go back.
Tony, just 1 second. I apologize, but the mayor had his hand up a moment ago, and I was wondering if he had something.
Sure, I apologize, Chair. I just can only see you.
Yeah.
No, actually, my hand was lowered. It was put on by accident. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, Joni. Carry on.
That's okay. Thank you. So in terms of our board restricted reserve, we do project a balance at the end of 2022 of just under 92,000. I do want to bring council's attention to that number. We look at that as our strategic initiatives account. It is board restricted, one project, and I apologize that I missed the executive director of Destination Stratford's presentation, but one project that we did work on together in 2021 was alfresco and the downtown dining projects. And so our board approved a contribution from that reserve to offset the costs of running that program for the entirety of 2021. It's also, should there be a catastrophic event and we, didn't have our facility here to operate in, or we had to make a strategic staffing change, this is the reserve account that the board has access to should there need to be any funding outside of what council has approved in an operating year. And then finally, you'll see a special item in your budget package, which is the Attainable Housing Special Project. And that's a one-time annual contribution of $35,000. If you would please to the next slide. So our Attainable Housing Special Project, the Director of Development Services did make mention of this. This is a partnership. We have been working internally since council received our report in July of 2021 to move some of those recommendations forward. As we know, housing, attainably priced housing is a huge priority from a workforce development perspective, and making sure that if you work here, you have the opportunity to live and build a family here should you choose to. And so we do have an application into the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, which would match the funding that council, should they approve it, to get the key performance indicators and some of these recommendations moving forward. So it's rural economic development. You'll hear me say RED a lot. That RED funding of an additional 80,000 would match the city's contribution. If you approve it, of 80,000 for an overall project of 160,000, you'll see the key performance indicators there. We absolutely commit to reporting to council quarterly on those key performance indicators should the project move forward, or more frequently as requested. And I do want to highlight that RED is a matching program. So if we have matching funding, they will top it up. If we do not have matching funding, they will not participate. This is a critical project. I know it's a council priority amongst a number of council priorities. I highlight it for us and why economic development belongs in housing, because it is really attached to our workforce development strategies. Next slide, please. And of course, as we always do, we align the work that we do back to the strategic priorities of Stratford City Council, and you'll see them there in terms of widening our economic opportunities. We want to bring some new industrial land to market, increasing our residential development, and balancing the supply and demand of the labor force. And of course, developing our resources, repurposing the surplus city-owned properties where appropriate. And I think the last slide is the Q&A slide you've seen at least 11 times already. So through the chair, happy to answer any questions council may have.
Does anybody have any questions for Joni? Councilor Ritzma.
Thank you for the presentation. And certainly the first part is a comment, and I applaud the partnership approach to addressing the attainable affordable housing issue. I know you've approached the city, and I see your application towards OMAFRA as well for partnership. What other organizations are you working with in a partnership capacity for this important work?
Yes, thank you for the question. And through the chair, we've had ongoing dialogue with the United Way. I know they're doing a lot of work on community, affordable, and supportive housing. And I think within the spectrum of housing, that's critically important. We've had discussions with the Libro Community Action Grant, and I've got that title wrong, but Libro has a granting function. They are keen to see how council and the RED program participate, because they are not against also participating in some of the longer sustainability components to this. Obviously, our development community is at the table, our real estate community is at the table. You know, we really see this particular component of the project in the spectrum of housing as being quite specific, but a much larger issue. So obviously you've got an excellent team in Kim and the team at social services working on community, affordability, supportive. This attainable piece is where we're trying to participate. And so everyone's invited. Councillor Ritzma, if I've missed anybody, please correct me. But you know, it's a big discussion and it's a big table.
Thank you. And I believe you've mentioned all the different partners that I envision as well. So thank you very much at addressing this important work. Appreciate it.
Councillor Clifford.
Yeah, I was going to ask what the council just brought up about attainable housing. Is there a price of attainable housing? And like I heard a report a while ago, it isn't necessarily the price, it's the down payment and all the other things. So is there a price, is there in Stratford a price for attainable housing? And is there other ways to help people get into the market regardless what the price is?
So through the chair, thank you for that question. I think that's equally as a complex question. The definition of attainable housing is part of the work that council sent us and our working group back to define. And it is a moving target, and it is something identified in the report as being something council would look at every year as it relates to, I'm so sorry, all my things are ringing, as it relates to what that number is. It is a calculation. It is based on, you know, the living wage. I noticed Zach had brought that up on his slide. I would say this, the down payment is always going to be an issue if the price of the house is really high. And I think there's a lot of great programs, and certainly the city has one as well that helps with the down payment and helps guarantee mortgages. But if we can't get the price down to a price point where a person qualifies for the mortgage in the first place, we're not actually going to move the needle. Some of the recommendations in the report and some of the things that I'd love for this project to really strategically look at are, you know, how do we create an environment where we are building for the market we understand? And by that, I mean, you know, we're going to have lots of opportunities for individuals who can afford $700,000, $800,000, $900,000. We need some inventory at the 350, the 400 level, and maybe a little bit lower, maybe a little bit higher. And that looks very different from a building perspective, absolutely. And how do we make sure that if the city participates, it's done in a way that is sustainable long-term? So we don't want to flip. We don't want to have individuals who, you know, could otherwise afford something in a higher price point say, you know, hey, why would we spend more? We don't have to. We can easily get into one of these lower priced units. And there's a lot of really interesting ways to get to do that, Councillor Clifford. Certainly there are, you could set up not-for-profit and condominium corporations. The city can register various things on title, and that's a much larger conversation with legal. But there are ways to really get through you know, adding inventory is kind of the most critical piece. How it becomes a sustainable long-term solution for the next decade or two is a part of that conversation as well. And then what is the financial impact to the city? And that's, I think, one of the things you brought up back in July when we talked about this report is, you know, it's all great to say we should do all of these things, but what does it actually mean when we start talking dollars and cents? So I'm hopeful to have that as well.
Councillor Vasilakos.
So I guess this speaks a little bit to housing also, but so when you look at the metrics of number of jobs, either created or retained, I think just as important for the attainable housing piece is what kinds of jobs those are. And when companies come and they say, we expect to expand to 40 jobs in the next 10 years, the question is what kind of jobs, how well do they pay, what are the ranges? And then overlaying that on top of the housing is a continuum. We often talk about continuum of care and campuses for older seniors and long-term care, but I think it's the same for housing. Do we have attainable rental housing even? If we talk about attainable housing as ownership, but it's not just the affordable rental. Do we even have attainable rental? Do we have enough rental units where somebody could have the job that's available, but then also be able to pay rent and save enough for that down payment? So it is complicated, but I think one of the metrics that we have to start to expand a little bit on is not just number of jobs, but what kinds of jobs those are, and the future of those jobs. Are they entry level with escalating income, or are they, you know what I mean? It's all those pieces that go together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if I could just very quickly through the chair, I think that is, that's where really opening up ongoing dialogue with our larger employers, certainly. And it's something that we've been working on. It's been a little harder during COVID to actually, get to somewhere and meet with people, but really talking about, when you need production employees, what does that mean? And when you're reskilling people, what does that mean? And how can we, help change the narrative from, I need 75 production people to I need, 250,000 to create a robot that can do some of the jobs of the basic kind of production side, so that those 75 production employees could be 25 production employees and 50 robot programmers. I'm being very basic here in the things that in the descriptions that I'm using, but really, how are we helping our companies identify and diversify what they're hiring for and what they could be using equipment and AI and technology for as well? It's a big, big discussion for sure.
Thank you. Does anyone else? See none, we will move on to item 7, wrap up. Is the CEO and the acting director ready to go? It's all yours.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Gaffin, my apologies. I'll just say a few things before I will turn it over to Carmen. But I just want to thank Council for your attention today. You have received a lot of information. You've been doing a lot of reading out of the budget finder that Wendy has put together. And we appreciate the questions that have been raised. We know that you will probably have some additional questions before we meet again in January. So we are just encouraging you to reach out to Carmen or the directors or myself if you've got some clarification that you would like. We would appreciate, though, any initial comments, any feedback that you care to give today. And the other point I would suggest is that if there are specific areas that you would like CLT to review, we would appreciate receiving direction from this committee on any specific areas. So those are my wrap-up comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Carmen?
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot more to add. I did want to touch on something that was raised a couple of times with respect to the 10-year forecast and the capital. One of the things was that there was a couple of items that arose, or questions that arose about items that are not included in the forecast. So, for example, I think the main one that came up was the gallery. Just a reminder to Council that our 10-year forecast traditionally or historically was built based on the best estimates of staff and the departmental injecting that information into the forecast. But as we move more towards integrating with our asset management plan, it will become more comprehensive. So there may be things that aren't included or that are missing or that we've not captured at this point that we will endeavor to make more complete. So that was kind of my comment about that. Any other things, I guess, just next steps we're intending to, like I said, issue the survey to the residents of Stratford. So hoping to get some feedback from them on the proposed budget and on their thoughts around that. So that we're expecting to bring that back to the January 17th meeting. And, we'll also be tracking or coming up with I'll say a list of things that we think may impact the budget going forward between then and now. So as we get more information, if there's any recommended changes to the proposed budget, at that point, we'll bring those forward at that time. So I'm not expecting a whole lot, but as our estimates become better refined, there could be financial impact, positive or negative, that could change how we move forward. So And I reiterate what the CAO comment was, is please feel free to reach out to me or to other directors and staff to ask questions. We've got you know, a lot of work went into preparing this information for you. So, you know, if there's clarification required, we're absolutely happy to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Ritzma.
Yeah, first and foremost, thank you for a very informative session, and certainly the information provided outstanding. A question, and perhaps this be something for the January meeting, our first meeting in January. Just wondering what, because I know it's on people's minds, my mind as well, is what percentage of the budget are we looking at that is being earmarked for? I know we talked about staffing, but for climate change initiatives to, you know, to respond to the climate emergency. So if that piece could be looked at and brought forward, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. But overall, thank you very much to everybody involved with the presentations today.
Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one item I think we should ask the police to go back, and I think a 5.1% from the police. I think we should ask the board to have a good look at that again. And the other thing I was wondering, and we didn't talk about, I'm sure it's in the budget here, about user fees and whatnot. Like, are there any areas that we can get some income from other areas other than our tax levy itself?
Carmen, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Just on that, council did receive a report recently regarding the fees and charges, and so some, you know, staff have certainly done, I would say, a fairly thorough job of looking at what types of user fees are appropriate for specific services, and what portion of user fees should be, or sorry, what portion of service costs should be covered by user fees versus taxes. So if there's any particular or specific recommendations, we're happy to sort of reconsider those. But when we presented the fees and charges bylaw, which will come back to council on the 20th, those were sort of considered in that process. So we've built those estimates for any potential revenues into the budget already. But we're happy to take any further direction or specific comment on that.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else? Councillor Seven.
Thank you. I was just wondering if Councillor Clifford's comment about the police budget would need a motion for that to move forward, or if that's, I just wasn't sure.
Thank you. I'll look to the clerk, Madam Clerk, or Mayor Matheson.
I would say the Police Service Board would definitely take a look at the budget based on the comments of Councillor Clifford, and they have a meeting tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
I was just wondering, I just had somebody sent me a message and asked, when are all the documents going to be posted on the website? Because they said they found it very hard to follow along today because they didn't have access to the same documents. They had a copy of the agenda, but they're
Carmen?
It was our intent to have those released likely by tomorrow. So that should be published, I would think, in short order.
Thank you. Anything else? Councillor Vasilakos.
I want to go back to the airport. We have talked a couple times in different budget meetings about bringing, looking at ways to make the airport basically pay for itself. Not even looking to make a whole lot of money off it, but just how does it become self-sustaining? And it doesn't seem like we've had a lot of luck at doing that. So I would be really interested in just flagging that piece, as I know we're looking for a free assessment by university students, but it may be worth our while to actually even pay for a professional on whether it's feasible to make a municipally owned small airport financially sustainable, and what our options would be if that were not possible. It comes in at between the capital and the operating at close to $500,000, 400 and change. And I don't know if that changes over time. And there are risks associated with the airport from a climate change perspective, from a user's perspective, from competition from other airports in the area. So I'm just a little, I would be interested in actually expanding that conversation.
Thank you. So is that something that should be in the form of a motion? I look to the clerk and she's nodding her head.
Yeah, through the chair, that would be my recommendation at this time, as it will take staff resources to complete the review and determine an appropriate amount in order to hire a professional to undertake that review. I think direction would be helpful at this time.
Then I'll ask Kathy if she's making that motion.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to see what it would look like for us to get a review of the airport and sustainability.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Burback. Councillor Seven.
Thank you. I think I understand it, but this is to see, we're not committing to a consultant. That would be a later step that we would sort of move forward with at that point.
Yes, and my suggestion would be that there should be an airport reserve that could actually pay for future consultants fee.
Yes. Anything else on that? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Two opposed. Okay, was there anything else? Any other comments for the CEO or the acting director? Seeing none, as chair, I'd like to thank everyone for attending today, and I'd really like to thank staff for doing a fantastic job getting this all prepared and ready to go for us. And I look forward to our next get together early in January. So item 8, I will look for a mover and a seconder for an adjournment. Moved by Councillor Seven and seconded by Councillor Beatty. All those in favor? That's carried. Thanks, everybody.